I, Aden Barre Duale, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
The Honorable Duale, welcome to the committee. We want to Are you done? This committee is chaired by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Senator Moses Wetangula. Membership includes the Deputy Speaker, Gladys Boss, on my right. I want to invite members for the Hansard. In fact, the Deputy Speaker should introduce yourself for purpose of the Hansard. After that, colleagues, introduce yourselves.
Gladys Boss, member for Wasingishu County and Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly.
Yeah, my name is Opio Wandai, MP Ugunja, and leader of Kazimio Coalition.
Junet Mohammed, MP Suna East.
Owen Baya, MP for Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui Kadhiani.
Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, member of Parliament Kwanza, member of this committee.
George Gitonga Murugara, member Tharaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Kosi, my name, MP Poko South.
Abdul Rahim Daoud, MP for Northern Minty, Meru County, and a member of this committee.
Nelson Arab Koech, MP Belgut constituency.
Good afternoon. Honorable Mishi Mboko, MP Likoni, a member of this committee.
You skipped. Thank you, Chair. My name is here. My name is Caleb, MP Sabot.
Didoraso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shurie, MP Balambala.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
The clerk to introduce her team.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Sarah Kyoko, Acting Clerk of the National Assembly. I'm accompanied here by the Deputy Director, Legal Services, Mr. Michael Karuru, and other staff of the National Assembly who are assisting the committee. Thank you.
Honorable Duale, welcome to the committee. We will proceed as I will guide you. When we finish these preliminaries, I'll give you about 10 minutes. If you can use less, the better, to introduce yourself and tell the committee about yourself. After that, we will go into the process of verification of your documentation. And upon doing that, then we'll go to members asking you questions or making comments about you. In so doing, everything must be done through the chair. There should be no direct exchanges between you and any of the members of the committee in whatever circumstances. We encourage that the answers be precise, reflecting to the question asked. There is no point giving us excess material where a question is very clear on what the members want. There could be an opportunity for a supplementary to a question, subject to the chair allowing. And when we finish, we will allow you another 3 minutes or so to state your wish to this committee, if any. We'll start by requesting you to present documents that were asked of you, compliance with tax obligations from KRA, what I advise you to do is, if you have them in a bundle, I'll read them out to you, then you give it to the clerk next to you. They'll check if they have any deficiencies, they'll advise me, and I'll come back to you. If there are copies, they will require to see the originals, which is something you can do with them. If you don't satisfy them, then they'll come back to us. So we'll want your compliance.
Yeah, I have my originals.
If you just hold on, Honorable Duale.
Yeah.
You will provide your compliance with tax obligations to the state from KRA, your clearance with Higher Education Loans Board, your clearance with Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, ESCC, your certificate of good conduct from DCI. I think those are the documents you should, and of course your national identity card, and your academic certificates in the original form.
Yes.
You'll eventually leave us copies and go with your originals, but they need to compare the originals and the copies.
I have both in original and in soft copy certified.
Excellent.
Okay.
The first issue for clarification before we open to the plenary of the committee is to ask you whether you are a dual citizen of Kenya and any other jurisdiction.
Chair, I'm a Kenyan by birth.
Are you a dual citizen?
I am not.
Between Kenya and any other country?
I am not.
You are not. Thank you. I now give you the 10 minutes. If you spend less, I'll salute you.
I will, Chair, and Chair, I want to thank you.
And remember that clock tells us how much time we have for you with us.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank you, Chair, and the Speaker of the National Assembly. I want to thank my colleagues who are members of this committee. And I want to state on the onset that this is a very privileged position given to me under the Constitution, Article 152, read together with the 132 of the Constitution. And I want to thank on the onset the President of the Republic of Kenya, who has shown confidence in my leadership and gave me this opportunity. Chair, I was born in Garissa County and went to schools in that town, in Boys Town Primary School, in Garissa High School in 1982. I went to Moi Forces Academy in 1986. Eventually, I joined Moi University, where I have many colleagues in this parliament and the other parliaments. And finally, in 2012, I did my MBA, got my MBA from Jomo Kenyatta University and Technology. Chair, I served in a number of public institutions, both private and public. I was a board director of Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. I was involved in livestock marketing institutions and working with donors. Later, I joined the private sector as a businessman. But in 2007, Mr. Speaker and Chair and members, I was elected as a member of parliament for Dujis constituency on ODM ticket, then a Popular Party. And in April of 2008, under that Grand Coalition government, I had the opportunity to serve under President Kibaki government, led together with the former Prime Minister as a Deputy Minister for Livestock. At that time, I was also the Vice Chairman of ODM, in charge of political affairs, until 2011, when me and colleagues, including the current President, joined and formed a party called URP, in which I was elected again in 2013. And in 2013, after my election as a member of parliament for Garissa Township, I had the opportunity again to be accorded by my party, at that time it was a coalition party with the TNA, to occupy a constitutional office as the first majority leader under the 2010 Constitution, which I served until 2020. And after 2020, again, it was not my wish, but again I had to change party from URP to Jubilee of 2017, and then now I was elected as a member of Parliament for Garissa Township under the URP party. And I'm glad that I have served the leader of majority, which I oversaw the passage of over 150 bills, both public and government and private, and over 500 motions. And now I am on a seat that I was part of the appointment committee since 2013. So I have the privilege of sitting on the chair that I think all those who served in government that required vetting by the National Assembly said. So I'm very privileged, Mr. Speaker and Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In your long public career, have you ever been adversely associated with practices that depict you in bias, favoritism, or nepotism in the discharge of your duties?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Could you tell this committee your financial net worth?
Chair, I'm worth 851 million Kenya shillings, including the assets I own, including the goats and the sheep and the camels that I own. So I had to go and even do, in 10 days' time, I had to go and value my 231 camels somewhere in Kitui County.
You are in Kitui County as well.
So my net worth is 851.
What is your current and anticipated sources of income?
My current source of income annually in terms of rentals and others is about 10 million shillings.
I will now open the floor to members. And I'll give the first bite to the distinguished Deputy Speaker.
Good afternoon. As a nominee for the Minister, for the Cabinet Secretary for Defense, you will have to deal with issues of Kenya's territory and boundaries. For a long time, Uganda has been a good regional partner. We had previous claims in the past where Idi Amin said that the territory, the Kenyan territory, part of it, the Migingo Island, was in fact a part of Uganda. That problem has not been resolved. There's many recurrent arrests of our fishermen, and that has not been resolved despite us having good relations with Uganda. What are you going to do to secure that contested part of Lake Victoria?
You will record, we'll take 4 questions from 4 different members, then you answer them together. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Duale, I have 2 questions in quick succession. One, you hail from the Somali community that cuts across Kenya, Somalia, and probably to Djibouti. And as much as you have stated that you hold no dual citizenship, in your view, as a Kenyan citizen and a Kenyan Somali, do you think with the incursion by Al-Shabaab and Al-Shabaab activities in the region, you would in any way be conflicted on your citizenship and nationality as a Kenyan and the Somali nationalism? in the region. My second question, you have served as a member of parliament, leader of majority, emeritus, and you were in the previous administration. You do know the activities of the military in civilian, what would otherwise be civilian activities. Case in point, and I'm glad you have mentioned you have also been a livestock trader and been involved in livestock. The military has been involved in KMC. Military has been in Nairobi City County under NMS and various other civilian duties. Under your administration, if you are approved as Minister for Defense, do you intend to continue that policy of involving the military in what are otherwise civilian duties? Or what would be your take on the involvement of the military in what are otherwise civilian responsibilities?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Dwale, I'm sure you will recall that in the last part of the last parliament, you and I served together in the Public Accounts Committee. During our period in PAC, we interacted with the KDF, or the Ministry of Defense for that matter. And you will agree with me again that the KDF has remained a fairly professional outfit in the region. My question is, what is the philosophy that will underpin your management of the defense sector? Because we'll be superintending over the KDF, at least on policy matters. In view of what one would call conflicting positions, or rather controversial positions that you have taken in the past. A case in point, Honorable Dwale, is your rather disturbing comments in the wake of the Al-Shabaab terrorist attack on Garissa University in your constituency of Garissa Township on the 2nd of April 2015. You are reported to have undertaken to name all those who are responsible for the financing of the Al-Shabaab terrorists. Indeed, you gave yourself 30 days. I'm afraid to say that Kenyans have been waiting to date for those names. So I would be happy to hear from you today, firstly by you naming those names, and secondly, elaborating on your philosophy, the philosophy that will underpin your dealing in the security, on national security and the defense of our territorial integrity sector. But finally, is again your position on these threats to our national integrity by foreign elements, including Al-Shabaab, of course, and of late, elements of the Uganda People's Defense Forces. It is on record that a very senior general in the Ugandan People's Defense Forces has, in the recent past, threatened to capture Nairobi. A matter that, in my view, has been taken very lightly by the Kenyan state and government by reducing it to a mere diplomatic issue. Whilst my view, I think it is a serious security and defense matter. Thank you.
Yes, one more, Daoud. Let me finish with the leadership. Boy.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to ask the nominee that first and foremost, he's been a very eloquent and abrasive leader, and comments by leaders have to be taken very, very seriously. Case in point being what my leader has just mentioned, the comments by a Ugandan general. Now, the nominee did make a comment in vernacular while speaking to the residents of Isili at one time, and implied that the Al-Shabaab who are attacking Muslim residents of Isili would be better advised to go and drop those bombs in other places, and he gave an example of Machakos. Now, considering that he's now going to be responsible for managing the Kenya Defense Forces, and they have much more firepower than the Al-Shabaab, do those comments still stand? And secondly, while he was majority leader in 2013, he was very clear in his mind about cabinet being made up of people who are not politicians. And several times he did mention that. Has his position changed now that he has been nominated and he is a well-known politician? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Duale, you can deal with those four.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Speaker. Let me start with the question by Honorable Boss Sholei, the Deputy Speaker. I agree with you that the key mandate of KDF within the reading of Article 241 is to protect the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of the Republic. That is the core mandate of KDF. And that will stand. KDF will at all times protect our nation from any external aggression. Coming to the matter of Migingo in Uganda, there is already a government boundary committee which was set up, which is yet to give its final report. And along that line, the international boundary committee under the office of the president, in terms of the executive order, is also dealing with the matter. And more so, there is an MOU between the Kenya Defense Forces and the Ugandan Defense Forces on a number of cooperation agreements, and I think that will also help in solving the matter. Coming to Honorable Ichung'wah, the leader of majority, I think there is a narrative and a perception about the Somalis in this country. Somalis, not only are they in Djibouti or in Mogadishu, in Somalia, Somalis have a congresswoman in the US. Somalis have a minister. There's a Somali minister of housing in Canada. So Somalis, wherever they are, the citizenship where they belong is where they are loyal to. And I saw to the Constitution as a member of Parliament. So I treat me as a Kenyan Somali, just like the way you treat the other communities in this country. And I'm not the first one. I'm not the first Somali to hold the defense portfolio. Honorable late Yusuf Haji was one. I'm not the first Somali to hold a serious security docket. General Ali was the Commissioner of Police.
Prefer you call yourself Kenyan Somali because when you say Somali,
I think I should not use Kenyan Somalis. I am a Kenyan. I am a Kenyan. So please, Honorable Ichung'wah, you are not one of them. But over the years, there's a clique in government who have a business of profiling Kenyan Somalis, and I think that will end up with this administration. This is an administration that wants to make all communities equal. So I will serve the people of Kenya in the docket of defense portfolio in accordance with the Constitution. Two, on the militarization of the civil service, I want to make it categorically very clear that under Article 241 of the Constitution, the Kenya Defense Forces have three functions. One function is the one that I stated earlier: protect the sovereignty and the integrity of the Republic of Kenya, and two, to assist civilian and other government agencies when called upon on a matter of emergency and disaster, with, again, the approval of the National Assembly, that they go and assist. And there were many cases, including even during the terror attack of Westgate. But they must come back and report to Parliament on the numbers They must gazette first. They must report to Parliament on the numbers they have used, the resource they have used, and the personnel they have used. The third function of KDF, according to the Constitution, is when they are called upon to help when there is insecurity that the National Police Service cannot handle. And that is the case in point. Currently, KDF is in Turkana and Baringo, and making sure that that section of our country is safe and secure. And again, with the permission of the National Assembly, which they're going to report to you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Wandai talked about KDF is professional on policy matters. Yes, I served with you. But one of the functions of the CS Defense, apart from guiding the policy of the Defense Ministry, is to monitor and evaluate all projects, whether it is infrastructure and everything within KDF. So I will have an oversight over what is going on in that. But let me come to this story which has been haunting me since 2015. You know, and I've answered it, I think, over 1,000 times, Mr. Speaker. And that was after Garissa University, unfortunately, one of the most lowest moments in my life as a member of Parliament, where 143 innocent, promising young Kenyans lost their life. And I was with the whole leadership of Northern Kenya, whether they are governors, senators, members of the cabinet, and I was reading a statement on their behalf. And what we said was, and I still will say today, is that we urged our communities, because the communities' roles are very important in the war against terror, that the communities must come out and must help government and must help the security agencies in identifying among the communities or among their neighborhood or when they come across the border, or who are the financial. So we're urging the communities to play their role. But of all the media houses, KTN decided to twist that and said Honorable Duale is going to name the financials within 30 days. I have no capacity, and I don't have the constitutional mandate to investigate who are financials. That is, I think, the job of the Director General of National Intelligence, General Kamweru. So I think going forward, that question can be answered. I mean, I don't have the capacity. Then there's a question of Honorable Wandai on what the general in Uganda have said. I want to make it clear that KDF shows posture. KDF believes in diplomacy, and our country believes in diplomacy. And our country does not react to tweets. We react to official government position, and I'm sure the same general has other tweets later. So I think KDF had no role to respond to that. Those who want to know the capability and the posture of Kenyan Defense Forces, they showed it in KDF Day last week. They will show it during Mashujaa Day, the way they do in other days. So I think let's treat the tweets of the general with the content it deserves. We should not bother. And I think the Kenyan people on Twitter dealt with the general before even Foreign Affairs and KDF were to come in. Honorable Mbui, I think you need to, because you have a background of a general. Your grandfather was a general, just like the way my father-in-law was a general, and we went to the same school. But you have limitation in the Somali language, Honorable Mbui. I think you need to go and view and get a good translator. The same statement I made in Somali, in Isli, Mr. Speaker and Chair, was again misrepresented by one of the media houses I don't want to mention, but I don't think I am that reckless. I have served the people of Kenya in various capacity, and I don't think I will, and I have not discriminated. I am ready to work and protect the people of Kenya, defend them as per the Constitution. But, Mr. Speaker, if I just go back to the issue of, which I didn't answer well, on the militarization of civil service. If you look at Article 4 of the Constitution, it says Kenya is a multi-party democracy. So the military and the defense have their place in the Constitution. And that is why, again, Mr. Speaker, it says KDF must work within the national values in Article 10, Sub-Article 2, in Article 232, Sub-Article 2, on public service values, and in Article 238, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution. And all those values give KDF its place. So let me make it here that I think it was wrong to bring Kenyan defense, the generals, to run civilian authorities like NMS, have a devolved function, like Kenya Meat Commission, which will need to look at it, you know, that you cannot just wake up one morning and remove a general from the barrack and bring him. Mr. Speaker, if that is not checked, then you'll find a general who will become the clerk of the National Assembly, or the registrar of the judiciary becoming a general or a colonel. And I think going forward, not only the military, Mr. Speaker, the DCI personnel, the intelligence officers were put everywhere in our country in the last 4 years. And I'm sure the new administration, when it is completely constituted, we will ask everybody, particularly if I speak for KDF, everybody to go back to where his place and space is within the Constitution. If your place is the legislature, be at the legislature. If your place is at the barracks, be at the barracks. If your place is at the National Intelligence Service, be at the National Intelligence Service. Unless you're called to do extra service in the course of duty of the nation.
Amisi, number 1, Daud, Mishi, and Kosing. You are a regular host of the military.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I thank you, Chair, for giving me the first opportunity, at least. To the nominee, you have a background of politics. Maybe you are a good part of your life you've been in politics. And we've known you to be loud, cacophonous out there when there is national issues. You are loud and sensational. I've used that word cacophonous because that is it. And the position you are going in is a docket that requires people of calm demeanor. People, you know, is a docket that is shrouded in secrecy for the good of the nation. But here you are an individual who always wants to talk about something of national issues. Are we going to see a more calm Ndwale for the good and the security of our nation, or you'll still talk out there? In some cases, we may also have a slip of the tongue and take us to war. It happens.
Thank you, Chair and Speaker. First of all, congratulations to the nominee for defense, Honorable Duale. And I want to agree with you. You are first a Kenyan and later a Somali, because I'm first a Kenyan, then a Mumeru, then I'm a nation. I want to ask you, Honorable Duale, because if you are approved as the Minister or CS for Defense, KDF always does recruitment every other year, but to get into KDF, you have to part with a lot of money. There is corruption, there is bias, there is discrimination. How will you ensure that that is stopped and meritocracy is there? The second thing is about buying or military hardware. We have not been to war for ages, I know. We're just giving peacekeepers. But our budget for military equipment is always there in the budget. So are you, when you come in, will there be some rationalization or reduction in buying military hardware so that we can reduce that budget to go to the hustlers, as you always say? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and for giving me this opportunity. And as you said rightly, I'm a host of KDF. Allow me to ask the nominee, Honorable Chair. Honorable Duale, of course, we have been with you in Parliament and as our leader of majority. But what do you think the President saw in you to nominate you to defense? Not any other thing. Not finance. No. What is it that he saw?
Isn't that an unfair question? That question should be asked.
No, not really. No, it's not unfair. He's capable, Honorable Chair, to handle that. He's capable. Not really. He's capable. Number one. Number two, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Nominee and Honorable Duale. There's this notion in our security that you only quell insecurity or cat rustling using military operation. And there's something you have been talking, Honorable Duale, very passionately on extrajudicial killing. Very passionately for the years I know you in Parliament. In my view, Honorable Duale, military operation, which of course now, as you know, it's in Tiati and other places, is also extrajudicial killing. And it has never brought peace. This is a fifth government. We have had operation in that area for all the 5 governments. With you coming, Honorable Duale, and you know extrajudicial killing, which this military operation is doing to innocent Kenyans, what will you propose, Honorable Duale, that is different, that will bring peace, harmony in the entire region, and not to militarize people, and not to bring extrajudicial killing in the name of operations? Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Duale.
Chair, one left.
Oh, yes, there is. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question is on counter-terrorism and security. This is about the dilemma of our troops in Somali as Kenya continue to be hit by the Al-Shabaab. And the reason sometimes people say it's because our troops are in Somalia. So my question is, how do you intend to balance between our national security and human rights issues in terms whereby we keep on losing our soldiers? Again, we keep on losing Kenyans through so many attacks by Al-Shabaab, the Westgate, Dusit Hotel, Kikambala, U.S. Embassy, and so many others. That is my question one. My second question, I want to put a reference from a reading from Major Retired Lucy Wairimo, who is a celebrated military psychologist. He has worked in the Kenya Defense Forces for almost 11 years. And his reading, he has stated that there is a systematic oppression, stereotypes, attitude, prejudices, biases, abuse, and there is also sexual harassment and abuse of women in the military. And this is brought up by the so-called obeying the chain of command. That has intimidated the women who are soldiers in this country. The women don't have a forum to talk about this sexual harassment. Anytime you talk about it, you're intimidated, you are given a transfer, you are demoted, and so many other issues. So how do you think you're going to put some strategy to ensure that women soldiers are not violated in terms of their rights, that women soldiers can also enjoy when they're in that working environment? And I'm saying this because there are so many cases whereby women soldiers have to run away to safe places, or rather to the centers where they can get some intervention. To finish my question, I want to say, are you intending to review the allowances, or rather the welfare of our gallant soldiers who go for peacekeeping mission, some are injured, some are killed, the families don't get compensation, the processes are just too long, it is hectic, and so many challenges. The mental health cases, what we have witnessed right now, so many gallant soldiers that committed suicide, killing their families, killing themselves. So what are you going to put in place to ensure that even mental health issues are going to be addressed in the Kenya Defence Forces? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You have violated the rules, but I forgive you. You should be asking just one question. Honorable Duale, you can answer those four.
Honorable Duale, Speaker, let me start with the Honorable Amisi. I don't know what he meant. I mean, I do and speak based on the work I do. So when I'm the leader of majority, when I'm a member of parliament, I speak, and I speak my mind. When I become the Minister for Defense, if this House approves me, I'll speak the way a defense minister is supposed to speak. If the President later changed me to the Minister for Sports, I'll speak the way a Minister for Sports is supposed to speak. So I am a veteran, and I think I can do that. So you have nothing to worry. Don't worry about my demeanor. And I'm sure since I was nominated, I have started behaving like a Minister of Defense. So I'm sure you have not heard about me unless I am on the floor of the House, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, Honorable Dawoodi talked about recruitment and corruption. Yes, I agree, and I have can confirm to this committee it has been coming to the floor of the House every time there is a recruitment of KDF, either through a statement, through a motion, through a committee hearing. And I think KDF has been very, very hard on this. They have been sensitizing the public, telling them don't lobby, don't canvass, don't pay. And at the moment, there are about 7 officers and 16 service men and women who are facing court cases, and 4 of them have been charged. So it's a matter KDF takes it very seriously. Even a number of people who are recruited with fake certificates, if they are found in the middle of the training session, they are handed over to the Anti-Corruption Commission. On military hardware and budget, yes, we must at all times show the military posture. Threats, external threats are increasing. They are changing their mode. We have cybercrime. We have new technology. And I think KDF, like any other defense forces, must be at the level that they can defend, protect the independence, the socio-economic well-being of our nation, and the freedom of our people. For them to do that, and that is a function given to them in the KDF Act and in the Constitution, for them to do that, they must have the capability and they must show military posture at all times within our region and within the continent. So we will invest more, and I think this House, when it's called upon for more budgets for military hardware, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to look at that, because external threats are very, very important. Honorable Posing, the Speaker said, I think that question, if you get an opportunity to somewhere with the President appointing authority, ask him why you chose Honorable Duale to go to defense. That is a prerogative right of the appointing authority. If I now start saying other things, I might lose my job. So I don't want to go into that area. It's above my pay grade. Extrajudicial killings, Honorable Posing, I agree with you. Mainly what's happening within the National Police Service. And you have seen the action that the President has taken. It was one of our key things in our manifesto, that never again will the people of Kenya be butchered like rats. Those men and women who are in charge of the security, their work is to protect and defend lives and property of our people. Mr. Speaker, our judicial system is so robust that even on terror-related, there's a specific piece of law on how to deal with the terror suspects. On other Kenyans, it's well documented. So there is no lacuna in law. There is no place of security agents, whether the military or the other, the National Police Service, can use to kill. And the Speaker, it is very, very, Chairman, it is very, very hard the last 3 years when you see bodies floating in rivers. And I want to say it here, that on one Saturday morning in November of 2021, in my constituency, we found 17 bodies floating in Tana River, you know, because as the river goes downstream, the bodies come up. So I want to thank the President for cracking the whip first on the National Police Service, that all of us must protect life and property. The sanctuary of life cannot just be done away. And our military, and that's why I said our military must follow the law, must follow the Constitution. I have said it on Article 10 on national values, on Article 232, sub-Article 1 on public service, and on Article 238 on values on how they should handle civilian population. And the Speaker, in fact, the National Security Organ, I think in 239, it says, Article 4, it says is subservient to the civilian rule. So even the National Security Organ cannot order extrajudicial killing. So, Honorable Posing, I know where there were in the pastoral areas, a lot of people died, sometimes during operations. That will end under President William Ruto's administration. On Honorable Mishi, yes, terrorism is a threat. We went to Somalia in 2011, and in 2012 we became part of AMISOM, and now they are called ATMIS, African Union Transition Mission in Somalia. We are not the only ones. We have forces from Uganda, from Burundi, from Djibouti, from Ethiopia, from Sierra Leone, and we have a 700-kilometer borderline, land only, with Somalia. We have to protect our people from the threats of Al-Shabaab and ISIL and Al-Qaeda. But at the same time, we must also protect the human rights of our people. So I think we are in Somalia. We don't want to stay long like other countries. There's a timeline. But we must make sure that we hand over and leave Somalia when we are safe, and when they are safe, and when they can take charge of their country. On the women issue, I think that's a matter, if there's evidence, I think women have really been integrated into the defense forces more than any other country, Mr. Speaker. In 1999, I think, President Moi disbanded the Women's Service Corps. The women were discriminated. They were called Women's Service Corps. And President Moi said, we want the women to integrate into all the sections of the military. And today we have a Major General, Fatuma, a lady who is in charge of the academy in Nakuru. Mrs. Chairman, I also had to engage robustly with the head of legal in the Ministry of Defense, is a brigadier and a lady. So women have really been integrated. If there are other issues, like in all other sectors, I am sure there is a committee of this House, Defense and Foreign Relations, with the competent members. That matter can be raised, and then I will be, if this House approves me, it's a matter we can address. Review of the salaries in peace, I think that I can deal with is a serious matter. You know, as the animal called SRC, already as a member, as a city, I'm also a member of Garissa Township. We already have a problem with SRC. So I don't want to go into salary review. Maybe if this House gives me the opportunity to sit at the defense headquarters, I can look at what is the current status in terms of salary and remuneration. But I think our men and women in uniform, both in the military and the police, and other state security actors. They need good housing, good salary, good equipment in order to protect our people. Then finally, on mental health, yes, there is the KDF and the Ministry of Defense have invested heavily. We have a wellness center in Langata. They're building another one in Mariakani. It's being renovated. There are many psychologists who have been employed now. Our clergy, our religious leaders in the army are in every unit of our defense forces to counsel their families. And that is an area I think our defense forces, Mr. Speaker, have done very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next round, Owen Bayer, Kano Raso, Mere Mase, and Wakili Marugara.
Can I start? Yes, thank you very much, Speaker and Chair. The Honorable Duale, our nominee for Defense, it's in public domain that procurement in the military has always been shrouded in mystery. And reports of the Auditor General have always shown that. As you, if confirmed, how will you deal with this issue so they bring transparency and accountability and remove the opaqueness in the Ministry of Defense or in the military? If you allow me, Mr. Speaker, I would also say this, that the military has been patrolling the roads from Kiunga and Lunga, the coast. Especially, you find a lot of roadblocks that are being mounted by the military, especially at the coast. When I asked about this, I was told there's an executive order, there's something that is unacceptable. It is only in the coast where the military stops vehicles, stops citizens and asks them to produce IDs, and if you're not producing an ID, you are bundled into a military vehicle. And yet you believe that military should do what is its mandate in the Constitution. How are you going to stop this so that the people at the coast live like any other Kenyan without having to be stopped by the military? I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Duale, I invite you to Article 241, Sub-Article 3, Sub-Article C, the deployment of KDF in areas to restore peace and stability, that is in any part of Kenya. Whereas the issue of internal security is largely the domain of the police forces or NPS. You coming into defense and also from pastoral communities that are largely affected by this instability and unrest, do we see you likely to demand for more involvement of KDF in such scenarios? Just a subsidiary, you come from the north. Although somebody said Somali, but I don't believe he's Somali. You are Kenyan. Looking at the appointing authority and just thinking out of the box, are we likely to see that you are going to play much a bigger role in the Greater Horn of Africa in terms of peace and security along Kenya's eastern and northern borders? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, allow me to revisit the issue of recruitment. In fact, while I was coming here, I received a call from one of my constituents asking me to ask the nominee what it is that you are going to do differently when it comes to recruitment of soldiers into KDF. Because, Chairman, the truth is the concern of majority of the Kenyans who are hustlers is that they have had to sell their pieces of land. They have had to borrow even loans to secure placements of their sons and daughters into KDF. So the nominee for this position, if we approve you. What is it you're going to do? Are you going to change the design, the manner, the design in which these soldiers are recruited? And my second concern again is on our level of preparedness. Kenyans are concerned. What is it that we cannot deal with this issue of cattle rustling? Rustlers from neighboring countries attacking our people within our own territory. Yet we have KDF. What are you going to do to bring to an end this insecurity, especially in northeastern regions, once and for all? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nominee. He's a nominee. Nominee. Kenya has one of the best armies. Let me use armies, whether defense forces or whatever. I mean, their reputation is extensive. And this is the reason why we are invited constantly to go and keep peacekeeping missions all over the world. We've gone all over. Number one, apart from that reputation, which possibly brings us pride, what other benefit do we get from these peacekeeping missions? Because we are lucky our army doesn't go to war, apart from when Somali asked for it, and later we became a peacekeeping force. Number two, we know very well that our army soldiers are very well trained. They are professionals, very qualified engineers, doctors, and other professional fields. Do you ever intend to try and diversify what they do so that when they are not out there keeping the peace, we actually have them here doing development work? Like they are doing roads for us, they are doing bridges for us, and in fact offering even medical services in hospitals where there are no doctors, because we feel maybe this is a better way of making use of them when they are not actively involved in matters combat.
Yes, Honorable Duale.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Owen Bayer talked about procurement in the military. I will bring your attention to provisions in the PFM Act and in the Public Audit Act. And Honorable Wandai will, as a former chair of Public Accounts Committee, will agree with me. There are certain provisions in the PFM Act and in the Public Audit Act that give leeway to the procurement of particular services and equipment by the defense forces. And this is because we are in a very competitive world, so we don't want to expose our military hardware to our competitors. So even the Auditor General has certain leeway what to audit, what are these, how do they procure equipment. I think that the law protects, but other jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker, like in the US, where the Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations are vetted, because what they will discuss with certain institutions, the intelligence, the military, is very privacy, is not something for public consumption. So I think we will, and still I agree with Honorable Bayer that even when the law provides that leeway, we must account for each and every coin of the peoples of Kenya's taxes. And I can assure you that that will be done by the new administration of President William Ruto, and if this House gives me the opportunity. On the roadblocks, it's not only in coast, it's also in northern part of Kenya. And these roadblocks are manned by multi-agencies. Sometimes the military is there. Yes, and I agree with you, there are certain times where human rights abuses take place. These roadblocks are supposed to be not permanent. they're supposed to be based on intelligence, and they're supposed to be based on looking for a particular person. But at times they are put there, and I am sure the National Security Council, the Kenya Defense Forces Act, the National Police Service Act, all these acts are guided principally by the values in the Constitution. I mean, this is a democratic country. In fact, for KDF, it says in their act, they must at all times defend and protect the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights is wide. It talks about human rights, you know, and all this. So, Honorable Baya, I don't think if this House agrees with me that those roadblocks will be roadblocks with a purpose and not to disfranchise and affect the human rights of the people. I am also a victim. If you drive to Garissa, you'll find those roadblocks. Those roadblocks, just like the way the president dealt with the men and women who were involved in the extrajudicial killing, I'm sure even those ones who are now manning roadblocks, with the new IG coming, if both houses approve, things will be different. Kanoraso, yes, you stated the Article 241(3)(c) is where there is a conflict, there is insecurity in our country, and KDF is called upon. It is not my powers to send KDF to internal. That is a function of the National Security Council, chaired by the President. I'm just a member. The minister, if this House approves me, so I think that is a function of the President to call for. But why the framers of our Constitution has put both in letter and spirit Article 241(3)(c) is to make sure that where the insecurity, the cattle rustling, as Honorable Emase is talking about, that is a provision in the Constitution. And I think because the KDF have enough manpower, they have enough firepower, they can deal with and make sure as they protect us from external aggression, they'll also protect internal insecurity that are found in some parts of our country. Honorable Raso, yeah, will you be involved in the Greater Horn of Africa? Absolutely. The Minister for Defense cooperates not only in the Horn of Africa, but within the East Africa. There's the East Africa Council of Ministers of Defense. There is IGAD, where and my speaker was a long-time foreign minister. So you'll find me with the Minister of Defense of Ethiopia, if this House approves me, with the Minister of Defense of Somalia and South Sudan and Uganda and Rwanda and Burundi. So that is a mandate that the Constitution gives to the Minister for Defense. Honorable Mary, I must say, yes, I agree with you, but we must also find a way of dealing with the conmen. Before the recruitment, KDF says, please don't canvass, don't lobby. So KDF can only deal with its officers, and I've said 7 officers are now facing court martial, 16 servicemen and women. 4 have been convicted. So how do we deal with the people who are the in-between brokers? We must also bring the police, because even the recruitment is supposed to be based on sub-county, supposed to be fair, equitable. It's not supposed to discriminate. It's supposed to cater for all genders according to the KDF Act. So we must deal with the brokers. Then KDF, the Defense Ministry, will deal with its officers who are engaged in corruption during recruitment. My good friend, the member for Tharaka, asked me about peacekeeping missions. I think peacekeeping missions, not everybody gets it. Why Kenya has gone to many peacekeeping missions is because of its professionalism. That's why today, if you go to Namibia, Kenya is respected. Today, if you go to South Sudan and many other countries, if you go to Sierra Leone, if you go to Liberia, you'll find them there. They're doing a good job. I agree with you. At times, KDF does community work. They have got the engineering that can do a lot of dam construction, borehole drilling, offering medical facility, and all those equipment and those issues were seen, and they paraded them during the KDF day. And I'm sure our new commander-in-chief was very happy with those equipments, and he asked them that they should get involved particularly in dam construction and in water borehole drilling and in healthcare. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Have a chance.
Yeah.
Don't emulate Mama Mish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to ask the nominee that the nominee has served as the majority leader in Parliament for many years. Actually, he holds the record of serving the highest number of years as majority leader since the new constitution came into place. And for that reason, many bills came through his name to the National Assembly, Mr. Chairman. But there are times when bills that were draconian in nature came through his hands. And they were very draconian in the bills themselves, and he also implemented them in a draconian manner. Example of those bills are like the Security Amendment Bill in 2014. There was also even the issue of the appointment of the Inspector General. The first Inspector General was nominated in a manner that had public participation, where the National Police Service was allowed to advertise the job, then shortlist people, then take it to the President. But in his own wisdom, the majority leader amended that Act of Parliament of the National Police Service and gave fiat to the President to appoint the Inspector General. There was the cyber crime. I served with him very closely in Parliament for the last 10 years. So does he regret those draconian laws and that draconian culture now that freedom has arrived in Kenya? And the last one, Mr. Speaker, is there are people being harassed at the Lake Victoria by Ugandan Defense Forces, fishermen. Fishermen are unable to fish in that area where we represent. The Ugandan forces are all over the lake. What plans does he have to defend Kenyans or fishermen in nature, not only pastoralists and camel herders?
Honorable Duale, congratulations. And from what I'm hearing, you are ready for the task. According to the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, there is a plan for the establishment of a fund for foreign soldiers. What are your thoughts on the same? How would you establish a contributory fund for foreign and terminally ill officers? Because you know they are the people who are fighting on our behalf and they are really suffering.
Fernand.
Nominee, I want to ask a question. Sometimes back, I think I saw a hunt, and I didn't go there to find out. I think some administration was embarking on building the wall, protective wall between Kenya and Somalia. I don't know how far they've gone. Given the current, even if is to continue, given the current technology, is that project really viable? Was this a waste of public fund? Because a wall is a wall, but technology now, the current technology, you don't have to have the wall to defend yourself.
What was the next?
Asante sana na pongezi Bwana Duale kwa kuteuliwa kwa hiyo nafasi. Tunaomba pengine ukisha toka hapo utaweka. Ni ile tunataka, umekuwa kielelezo kizuri kwetu, lakini niulize hivi ndugu yangu Bwana Duale, kwa mafunzo ya kijeshi katika parliament ya 11 nilitumikia kamati ya administration, na kule wanachukua kiwango ambayo wanafundisha askari kutoka kiganjo peke yake, na unaweza popote utaingia unaweza kuwa mkubwa kabisa katika polisi bila. Lakini kwa jeshi kuna vitengo tofauti. Unaingia, kuna wale ambaye kwa njia moja ama nyingine pengine hukusoma ama wazazi wakupata pesa za kupeleka shule, haukusoma vizuri, hukupata, so wanaanza, ukianza kama askari wa kawaida unaenda mpaka senior sergeant, na hapo ndio mwisho wako. Na pengine hapo ndani kuna askari wanajeshi wazuri sana ambayo wangepata nafasi ya kuendelea kuwa captains na mameja na nyadhifa zingine katika jeshi. Pengine ungeweza kutuambia kuna mpangilio yote ya kubadilisha mfumo huo wa mafunzo ya wanajeshi hivi kwamba mtu yote anaweza kuwa chochote pale kwa jeshi, kutoka ranki ya chini mpaka kule juu. Ya pili pia, ingawaje tulikuwa napata mwaliko zamani, miaka mitatu hivi tulinyimwa mwaliko pale kwetu Nakuru. Kuna training ya cadets for 4 years hatujapata mwaliko, lakini naomba sasa pengine tutaanza kupata mwaliko. Tunapoenda katika ile siku ya pass out, tulikuwa tunaona kuna wanajeshi wengine kutoka Uganda na nchi zingine za majirani. Na ile swali lilikuwa tunaulizana, pengine kwa sasa tuko marafiki na nchi jirani, na baadaye pengine hatujui itakuwa namna gani. Je, pengine baadaye tukiwa na fujo, inaweza kuwa hawa ndio wale wanatumika kuja kupata zile zinaitwaje, siri za nchi, na kuweza pengine hata si wanafunzi tu, labda wanakuja kwa mambo mengine, na pengine kesho kukiwa na tafaruku kati ya sisi na majirani wetu, wale ndio watakuwa wanapeana pengine ama ni ile tu ni mfumo wa East African Community ambayo wanaleta wanajeshi pamoja, wanaweza, na tunaona mpaka wanapewa mpaka zawadi. Asante.
Yes, Mheshimiwa Duale.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Junet, yes, I was the first and the longest serving majority leader. That I agree with you. I also agree with you that in the legislature, every laws that are passed, some are controversial, some are easy to pass, and I'm sure if God gives you an opportunity, one day you become the leader of majority. It's a very difficult job, which I served longest. On the security laws, I think there was good public participation. The few sections that we felt, that the country felt was not fair, I think the judiciary has rectified it and declared it unconstitutional. The one on the Inspector General of Police, that also went through public participation, went through committees. I hope you are a member of that committee. And I tried to scan the Hansard. I didn't see you opposing it that time. Honorable Jacob Midio was the leader of majority, and I remember him supporting it. You are leader. On the cyber crime, I can't remember.
Member of the committee.
Yeah, but it passed. And I am sure, you know, Mr. Speaker, you allow me on a light touch. Honorable Junet was also very powerful the last 3 months, the last 3 years. And if I am asked to say the many draconian or unconstitutional things he has did with his partners, that will be for another day, not for my vetting. But just because I said on a light touch.
Yeah, I know, but Mr. Honorable,
because the Speaker,
my day will come for vetting. Today we are vetting him.
Yes.
Now he can raise those issues when he's vetting
me. He's vetting you in advance.
So I'm very sorry because I'm vetting him in advance.
A light touch.
On a light touch, I said. So, Mr. Speaker, I think my security laws and that of the Inspector General are lesser crimes than than the one just on the political parties amendment bill. Mr. Speaker, on Lake Victoria, I think I answered that question. It is just like the one of Migingo. And now we have an MOU, KDF have an MOU with the Uganda Defense Forces, and the boundary committee is handling, and the International Boundaries Office at the Office of the President. Now that we have an active, sober, energetic president and workaholic president, a lot of the many issues Kenyans were facing I can assure you will be resolved, including you will fish without no hindrance under the leadership of William Ruto. People will fish, farmers will have fertilizer, and cattle farmers, herders, pastoralists will have peace to herd their cattle. That I can assure you. But that is what we stand for as a coalition. Honorable Mukami, yes, the House passed the Veterans Bill just before we went on Saturday, I think in May. Now Kenya Defence Forces and the Ministry of Defence is preparing the regulations. The advisory board already has been put in place to make sure that our veterans, those who are not doing very well, their children in that law, their children's school fees will be paid, their medical bill will be taken care of, and the regulations will be coming to the House soon once we form the committee on the relevant committee. So that bill is in place. And the terminally ill, I said we have a wellness center. We are now building a number of hospitals have been built, and we're taking care of them. Honorable Wanyonyi, yes, the wall in Mandera, that is a practice that was picked from other jurisdictions. It was happened in the U.S., between U.S. and Mexico. It is in Israel, is in Egypt, is in Pakistan. I think once if this House approves me, then we'll review. But still, KDF has put over 19 fortified bases along our border with Somalia for surveillance and for deterrence to make sure that our country is secure. And in the last 3 years, our country was very, very secure to the good work being done by Kenya Defence Forces. Honorable Gikaria, yes, we have Eldoret where we train our servicemen. We have Lanet where we train cadet. We have the National Defence College where not only Kenya but even the region send their top of officers. Is a prime college in the region. I'm sure the Defence Committee has visited. And then we now have the National Defence College. And we want to have our country to be a hub. And when they come even from other countries, they pay. The way we have Kenya School of Monetary Studies is a school of its kind in the region. Kenya School of Government, Kenya Revenue Authority, and I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, under your leadership, you will enhance the Parliamentary Institute, where we want to tap the talent in our country from neighboring countries to send. So, but there is always, Honorable Gikaria, career progression in KDF. Nakuru Academy, you have been denied. You know the reason why you have been denied. I want to confirm to you that not only me, the Commander-in-Chief will allow each and every leader to be given access in his area when the president or anybody in government is there. We were in Laikipia over the weekend, and I'm sure members, the governor, the senator, the women rep, and members of parliament from that region, all of them are with us. So that was why you were denied, because you were not, I think, politically correct, I may say. But I want to say it to all. Things have changed. As Honorable Juliet said, there's freedom. So even if we go to other areas where we will serve the people of Kenya, and leaders must be respected, whether from the MCA to the highest office. Leaders must be respected, and that is why I think those of us who have served in politics and in leadership, our officers will be very open to you. You will see a change. Mr. Speaker, I think I have finished.
You've exhausted those.
Yes.
Now Naisula, Koech, and Mule.
Thank you, Chair.
And we'll conclude with the Deputy Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And to the nominee, I strongly believe that for us to deal with cattle rustling in this country once and for all, we have to actually treat it as terrorism. Yeah? And we need to deal with it decisively and holistically. And so apart from only dealing with it from a security perspective, from a development angle, how do you think we can use the military to open up these areas, especially on opening up of the roads, so that we can have easy accessible, fast and effective response? And lastly, what measures or options will you recommend in the inclusion of young people who haven't gone to school but are actually known sharpshooters? I think you need them in the military.
Honorable Duale, my question will be on our Kenyan military has largely been respected because of how we operate. But there was an incident just during the election. There's been an allegation that one senior military officer was involved in trying to moderate the election. It is something that doesn't augur well with the military. We'll want to find out from you so that in future we do not have such incidences where military officers are used to execute political assignments.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mine is going to the nominee, Honorable Duale. You are aware we are living in a region where is very volatile within our neighbors, and they have serious internal security challenges. And as you are aware, you're getting to a ministry whereby we have even elevated the National Defense College to a university, whereby quite a number of neighbors would wish to come and do training and do programs and exchange programs within Kenya. My fear and my concern is very clear, Honorable Duale. How are we going to make sure that the people who come for training in Kenya, and especially from the regions whereby we are not very sure of, they will be vetted, they will be looked at to make sure that they don't carry away our secrets, so that in case they need to be mischievous, you'll be in position to approve them early enough. That gives us the concern of what you have said about the tweet from Uganda. It's not just a tweet to look at from defense perspective. It is a threat to the Kenyan sovereignty, and it must be dealt with in a manner whereby it's not an issue of a cup of tea. It's an issue where it takes the 50 million Kenyans' lives into a scare. And I'd wish if you can elaborate on this and give us a plan. And I served with you in the appointment committee. We vetted Honorable General Kaiseri here. And one answer he gave us and the meeting was over, he'll not tell us in front of the cameras what he intends to do on issues of security and defense. So what you think is preview, don't say it.
Last, this batch, the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Duale, I see you've tackled all the questions quite well, except I have one that I would like to hear from you. What is your view on the current recruitment methodology being used to recruit cadets to the military? The current methodology is where they check the height, the dental structure, the physique, the weight, whether they can do a 100-meter dash. Never mind that those who are checking the dental structure are not dentists, as opposed to having more modern methodologies of measuring their ability using objective measuring tools like psychometric tests and even a mental evaluation, because we know that a lot of them sometimes don't cope and they eventually get into mental illnesses as a result of the fact that they didn't really have the competence and the emotional ability to be able to take up the job. What's your view? Will you keep the same method, or you have some ideas of how to transform that? And also the issue, the fact that the military doesn't recruit at cadet level people with disabilities or people with various disabilities. Yet sometimes, even if someone is on a wheelchair, they're probably a brilliant IT expert, and it's a it's a skill that is required in the military. Again, how is that as a human rights issue? Thank you.
I'll also ask you one or two small questions. You may recall, Honorable Duale, that through the African Union security architecture, it was designed to set up standby regional forces, East African standby force, West African, Central Africa, Southern Africa, and so on, for rapid deployment in helping deal with security concerns within those regions. Now, the East African one has not quite taken off because of budgetary issues and other things. As Defense Minister, how are you going to engage Parliament to give you a budget line, and how are you going to convince other defense ministers in the region to do the same so that we can actualize this force that can help deal with security challenges in our neighbors that have challenges like South Sudan, Somalia, and others? The second and last, during recruitment, and these members of Parliament may attest to this, we see some very unhealthy discrimination processes. If you are short, you can't go to the army. We see recruits being asked to open their mouths and see whether one tooth is missing, or if you have discolored teeth, or things, or if you have a scar on your back, things that really have no bearing in your capacity to act as a military officer. How are you going to deal with this? Because if a child at birth had a scar and has grown through life, gone to school properly, why should that scar be a deterrent in joining the army?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, let me start with Honorable Sula. Yeah, cattle rustling has been pandemic and chronic problem within the security architecture in our country. And I remember one time we wanted to amend the law and put it under the penal code. I don't think we have reached a stage where we should put them and categorize them under terrorism. And if you look at the Terrorism Act, the Speaker and Chair and members, I don't think cattle rustling falls within that. Cattle rustling just needs a committed security, multi-security agency, a committed political will, a committed government that will make sure roads are open, development are taken to those regions, and culprits are dealt with. And even use Article 241, Sub-Article 3(2), C, as Honorable Raso has said. And this government is ready to do that. Secondly, more fundamentally, I think Kenya Defense Forces or the Ministry of Defense will set up bases and camps, serious camps, in those regions to deal with cattle rustling. And I can assure you, Honorable Member and people watching me, that it will not be business as usual under the leadership on the Commander-in-Chief, Honorable William Ruto. It will not be. Secondly, I don't know, this civilian sharpshooter, you know, where did he learn this skill? That self, becomes an issue. So how do you employ somebody already who is a sharpshooter? I mean, he must have learned that skill illegally, and using so. But I think during the Moist time, there was a provision that, and I think it will help in the cattle rustling, a special recruitment criteria in some regions of our country, where you can even pick people who have gone up to class 8 or have not gone to school. We need to mop up those young people in that region who are becoming victims of cattle rustling and fine. But that is a policy that we will bring to the House and from the defense. So we will discuss with the Commander-in-Chief It will be discussed at the National Security Council chaired by him, and I'm sure we'll find a solution. Honorable Koech, the military have a place. They have a place under Article 241, Kenya Defence Forces Act. They have a place under the KDF Act. And the military, or our security agents, have no place in the democratization and in the election of our country. I don't want to be very fair to the gentleman who was there, but from my reading of the Constitution, I think that was not only him. All and his colleagues who went there is similar to what happened in the U.S., the Capitol Hill invasion. That was an affront on democracy. You cannot circumvent the will of the people. The will of the people must be respected. So that is a matter, I think, for the Commander-in-Chief, and that is a matter for the people of Kenya and the Constitution. And I'm sure once you approve me, because the Constitution says our defense forces must not be involved in political partisan. They must be professional. They cannot engage in things outside their mandate. So it is not only that officer. He has not used, and if I was him, I should have just declined. But I think the environment at that time was not conducive. I mean, it was a very bad environment. Maybe he's a victim of the political environment at that time. But going forward, I think our military, our police, our national security organs, they have their place, and they must read the Article 4 of the Constitution. Kenya is a democratic multi-party state. So the will of the people, nobody, including the incumbent, can overturn. And I think that I'll stop it there. Honorable Mule, you talked about, yes, the issue of our neighbors. Even our soldiers go to one of the best colleges in the world, Stanford, and in UK, Royal College. So our neighbors coming to our National Defense College is part of the practice worldwide. And what they are taught is what is taught in other military institutions. They are not exposed to our hardware, they are not exposed to our strategies, they are not exposed to our how we run our military. So we are very safe. And finally, the Kenya Defence Forces and the National Security Council will always, under the Constitution, they will explore diplomacy, and war will be the last option. So we usually deal with the diplomacy, make sure that ourselves and the region is safe. Yeah, the Deputy Speaker raised the issue of recruitment. I think one of the issues that I have to grapple with, if this House appoints me, approves me, is the issue of recruitment. That is the elephant in the room. I mean, in all my 15 years, Mr. Speaker, is how recruitment is done. You know, people run, about 100 of them, and in the evening you are told there are some people who are not in the field who are picked. I mean, you know, it's good to say it. So there's a lot of discontentment in terms of recruitment. But I think world over, we must have the criteria of physical fitness. I mean, if you are 34 and Kanoraso will agree with me. If you are to go to training and your weight is 35, and in the training you are going to carry a bag of 40, then you will die. And so KDF doesn't want to recruit people, and at the end of the day, the person. So they have to look at the physical fitness. That's everywhere. The training is very vigorous. The training is tough. So it's not. We can't just pick. They can't just pick anybody. So they must pick the best of the best in terms of physical fitness. Even for the cadet, the same. The issue of do we integrate people with disability? I think it's a matter for discussion. It's a matter that the Kenyan people, in consultation with the Defense Ministry and National Security Council, to discuss. Speaker, you have raised a very good point. I mean, this stand regional force for rapid deployment was agreed on. But Mr. Speaker, as a former foreign minister, you'll agree with me that a lot of countries
when I was chairing the African Security Council.
Yes. Yes, even the peace security organ of the AU. But you are aware, as a former foreign minister, that at many times countries default on their contribution, not only to stand by regional force, but even to IALA. At one time, Mr. Speaker, we had agreed even our members to IALA should be part of our parliament in terms of salary and remuneration, because they can stay for 3 months without getting salary. So I think it's not, that is, countries don't want to commit themselves in paying their part of share and remittance. But I think ourselves from Kenya, they have a budget line, and we have been remitting our bit to the East Africa Stand Force. Yeah, again, Mr. Speaker, you talk about recruitment. So recruitment is coming in. Is a matter that I think I should pick it up. Must be an area that needs serious reforms, very, very serious reforms. We need to know, because I have asked, and the KDF Act stipulates that the slots given to every sub-county is based on the number who are in the force from that sub-county, based on the census. But you know, an ordinary person in Likoni, for example, doesn't know how many are in the force. So if they're given 3 slots, we need to have a fair distribution of the Kenya Defense Forces, even for security purpose. We should not have a situation that one region or one community has is 20 or 30% of the forces. It's even risky. So the Constitution and the KDF Act stipulates very well that there must be consideration in terms of region, in terms of gender, in terms of ethnicity, in the recruitment of men and women to our forces. So I think we might not been doing that, and the recruitment, I'm sure the Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations, when they are formed, that is an area we need to reform. As Honorable Sholoi said, the height, the person checking, is he a dental expert? How many kilometers you need to run? Of course, we must get the best of the best physically. And Mr. Speaker, you know, when if you allow me, Mr. Speaker, I served in NYS, and Mr. Speaker, there used to be something called marksman. You know, the tall person used to be at the end. But these days, if you see parade, you'll find very short people. So I think even this short, I'm not saying, there are certain criteria, physical fitness that must be addressed. But I'll take that as an area of reform, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Jeanette.
Just one rejoinder. With your permission. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to tell the nominee that he is very good in politics, but as you know that in this presidential system now, in the event that is vetted by this committee and passed by the National Assembly, shall we be seeing him again politicking in Finrolls, in Harambee places, or he will resort back, or he's going to perpetuate the bad manners of the previous CSS who were politicking outside, and people have been complaining about that, or he's going to confine himself to the ministry, or he's going to give me problems in the mosque now politicking, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Junaid should be the last to ask such a question, because we saw you encouraging and comforting ministers during campaign rallies, some who are occupying the position you are vetting him for.
Mr. Speaker, now that is bad manners. Is he going to stop?
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you have really helped me because unfortunately, Honorable Junet now is on the other side. But I want to confirm to this committee that I will not be like my predecessor, with a lot of respect, who was in the camp of Honorable Junet. I will, of course, sell a government agenda. I will go to weddings and funerals, even though the Muslim funerals take only 5 minutes and 10 minutes, and you're not even allowed to speak. But I'll go to my colleagues' funerals, and I will sell the policy and the agenda of government. I will not politic. But you are a classical example. The Speaker said, the Speaker is the wrong person to ask me that question. Should have been Honorable Dawood or Honorable Mishi. Yes, but I think the Constitution and the Act, Mr. Speaker, is also very clear that ministers can sell government agenda. All that we were telling the previous ministers was to respect the institution of the office of the Deputy President, and not to insult and not to, cabinet collective responsibility. That was, but we were not against. In 2017, ministers were campaigning, but in 2022, something else happened. I don't think our country will go back to, and even, well, I don't think I'll behave like some of the ministers. I will respect Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and I will. I'm one person who believes that the oversight role of Parliament is central to our Constitution under Article 95.
Thank you, Honorable Junet. Sorry, Honorable Duale. Junet, not yet. Maybe as will come 10 years from now. I now give you 3 minutes to say what you wish to say to the committee before we release you.
Mr. Speaker, unlike my predecessors I know the hard work is the report writing and the plenary. I really want to indulge this committee that in their wisdom they feel fit that I serve the people of Kenya in the new position. Speaker, I am humbled that I have been in the corridors of Parliament, and if I am approved, I'm going to miss Parliament. Speaker, just like General Kaiseri asked, allow me as a former majority emeritus to come to Parliament and have lunch if I'm around here. Allow members, by changing the standing orders, allow members to come and answer questions. I remember during 10th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, you were with me. The most interesting thing in Parliament is when the voters hear their members, elected members, asking questions on the floor, and the person answering is from the executive. Mr. Speaker, and finally, I want to most sincerely thank you and the committee for carrying this constitutional duty in line with the Public Parliamentary Appointments Act and in line with Article 152 of the Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chairman.
For your comfort as a CPA member, you have a lifelong access to Parliament, and nobody will restrict you. Thank you very much, Honorable Duale. We wish you well. You don't leave behind your original certificates. The clerks will facilitate you to have them after cross-checking with the copies. We will now request you to take your leave, and the sergeant, upon Honorable Duale leaving, will have to bring in the Honorable Alfred Nganga Mutua, Doctor. Nganga.
Oh, it's different from the lady.
Can you usher in the Honorable Dr. Mutua?
Oganda duto nigi pok mopogore opogore. Kata kamano, ang'o maketo pok mari mondo bed mopogore gi jowetegi?
To ka gibiro at the ground, gi appreciate ka gineno kaka watimo gigi gi lwetwa.
Dibed ni pok mari kelo ni yuto kata loko ngima mag jogo mantiere alwora mari.
Ken gi passion, to obro bedo profitable with time.
Chenro mar pok opogore rango jogo mantiere gi lony gi talanta mopogore opogore. Kik idek ne chenro makama chieng' tich ang'wen juma ka juma kod Sharon Ong'ao. Mana e Ramogi TV. Be in kod penjo mora mora?
Hello, penj laktar.
Hello, daktar.
Kata paro ma osebedo ka chandi ne wach ngima kod thieth. Wakeloni puonj maleo moa kuom lakteche molony e yore thieth te. Biro tero wachiel kachiel e yor puonj.
Koro ka laktar oseneni wacho ni nigi tuo mar kansa, ma ema bedo ga stage mar 2.
Chieng' wuok tich nyaka tich abich, wakeloni lakteche mopogore opogore ma biro puonji gimora mora e wach thieth kod bedo gi ngima makare. Riuri kod Ruth Otieno, sa 12 e penj laktar, mana e Ramogi TV.
I, Alfred Nganga Mutua, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and to tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Dr. Mutua. This committee is a committee of parliament that is conducting confirmation hearings. It's chaired by yours truly, the speaker. Among the members will be invited to introduce themselves, starting with the deputy speaker for purpose of Hansard.
I'm Gladys Boss, member for Wasingishu County and deputy speaker of the National Assembly. Karibu.
Kimani Shongwa, member of parliament for Kikuyu.
Yeah, my name is Opio Wandai, MP for Ugunja.
My name is Junet Mohammed, MP Sunai.
My name is Owen Baya, MP for Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui Kadhiani.
Adehab Mukami, County MP Nyeri.
Ferdinand Wanyonyi, member of parliament Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County, Republic of Kenya.
George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka.
David Kosing, MP Poko South.
Abdul Rahim Daud, MP for Northimenti, Meru County, and a member of this committee.
Honorable Mishi Mboko, MP Likoni, a member of this committee.
Nelson Arab Koech, MP Belgut.
Thank you, Chair. Caleb Amisi, MP Saboti.
Dido Raso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shurie, MP Balambala.
Massa Mary, MP Teso South.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Gikaria David, MP Nakuru Town East constituency.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Then we have our clerk and her staff.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Sarah Kyoko, the acting clerk of the National Assembly, and I am accompanied by Ms. Florence Abonyo, who is a director in charge of appropriation, audit, and other select committees, and the Deputy Director, Legal Services, Mr. Michael Karuru, and other staff who are helping with the management of this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Alfred Mutua. This committee is not adversarial. We will engage you in a conversation to assess your suitability to occupy the office for which you have been nominated by His Excellency the President. These members will ask you questions. We expect short, precise questions that will elicit equally short, precise answers. Nothing personal. We don't want any exchange between you and our members. All questions are asked through the chair and answered through the chair. And we believe that you are up to the task. And before we do so, I'll give you an opportunity to make a short statement of not more than 10 minutes about yourself. Who is Alfred Mutua and why is he before us? Then we'll go to checking on your documentation and start the questions and answers. Karibu. Alfred Mutua ni nani? Tell us.
Asante sana.
English is more preferable. Your choice is up to you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, I'm very honored to be in this committee. It's a very, very important process in our democracy. I want to first thank His Excellency the President for nominating me to this very important office to be able to serve the people of Kenya. My story is very simple. I tell people that I'm a walking miracle. I was born in Ukambani. My parents were not wealthy. They were public servants. Low cadre public servants. I grew up in Kibera, Makina Estate. I remember my recollection as a child was fighting with rats to use the toilet in those mud houses. Later we moved to Kawangware, Ruta Satellite. I lived in a wooded shack until I was 21 years old. When I was in Form 2, school fees ran out and I stopped going to school because we were poor. But because I taught Sunday school and God had favor in me, Mzee wa Kanisa, the late Hezron Ithaka, paid for my school fees. And so I went back to school. In between that time, when I was out, I pushed a lot of wheelbarrows and did some jengo work to keep on going. Later on, missionaries came and they were impressed by this young boy who was a strong Christian teaching Sunday school. And when they went back to the US, they wrote to me and got a scholarship to go to the United States to study. So after I finished my Form 5, Form 6, I went to the United States and I studied there for 7 years as a member of the diaspora, did a bachelor's and a master's degree. I came back to Kenya where I taught at Daystar University. I also worked at several media houses including The Nation and The Standard. And then I went on a scholarship to Australia for my doctorate in 1998, and 4 years later, at the age of 31, turning 32, I got my doctorate in communication and media. I was headhunted. I went to the United Arab Emirates as an assistant professor of communication and media. I was able to undertake a lot of research in the Middle East. I was a proficient writer, wrote a column called Msafiri. I wrote a lot of columns for the Sunday Nation. And then I was headhunted again to come to Kenya. I was interviewed and I became the first government spokesperson at the age of 33 in the government of the late President Mwai Kibaki. Nearly 10 years later, after we got a new constitution, I went to Machakos where I served for 2 terms as the governor of Machakos. I'm a simple man who believes that the essence of leadership and the essence of all of us to be here is to make the life of others better. I'm lucky, one among many, to be where I am today. So my aspirations in life is to be able to uplift others who are not as lucky as I am, to make their life better and to bring a sense of fairness so that hard work is also repaid by success in life. Najivunia kuwa Mkenya.
Thank you for taking less than half of the time. We now want to know about your documentations that have already been requested of you. Do you have your compliance with tax obligations to the state with a KRA clearance or compliance? You'll give it to our clerk. Clearance with the Higher Education Loans Board. Clearance with Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, ESCC. Certificate of Good Conduct from DCI. Your academic certificates, even if you have copies, originals must be availed to be seen and compared. Your national identity card, and you may tell us, are you a dual citizen, being a citizen of Kenya and any other jurisdiction?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm a citizen of only one country, and that is Kenya.
Excellent. What is your financial net worth?
Approximately 420 million shillings, Mr. Chairman.
And what are your current and anticipated sources of income?
I have businesses, hotels, and a few apartments, and a few biasharas here and there. Nothing much.
Here and there. You're a hustler. Have you ever been adversely associated with practices that depict you as bias, in favoritism or nepotism in the discharge of public affairs and duties?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Have you ever been charged and convicted of an offense?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Particularly in matters of personal interest or conflict of interest in the discharge of public duties?
No, Mr. Chairman.
I will now invite members to ask you questions. And I can see the interest is immense. I'll start with Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Mutua, congratulations on your nomination for this post. As you know, Kenya has a strong presence in the diaspora, the Middle East, the United States, Europe, and so on. Recently, there's been a focus on Kenyan workers in the Middle East who have suffered various forms of abuse and even death during their stay there. What measures will you put in place, if approved, to ensure that the migrant workers are documented, protected, and fully enjoy the rights accruing to them in accordance with the international labor laws?
Dr. Mutua, you will record the questions. We'll take batches of 444. Then you answer. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'll skip the first question because it's been covered by the Honorable Sholei. Dr. Mutua, you indicate, my question comes from the self-declaration, the questionnaire. You indicate that you are worth about 420 million. Then on deferred income number 21 and the sources of income, you've only indicated that pension is the only deferred income you expect. Then sources of income in salary from government of Machakos, having been governor. Maybe to begin with, how much were you worth before you became governor Machakos? And if the only other source of income deferred is pension, and I did hear you indicate to the Speaker that you have other businesses here and there, do they constitute sources of income as you would have indicated in your form? And if they do, how much is it? How much are you earning? And maybe I would want to hear how much you are worth before you became governor, and whether the 420 million, you would also tell us whether it would be assets, because I've seen other nominees at least give us a schedule of an appendix of what constitutes that 420 million. So I'm not able to tell, is it money you have earned from previous employment, as a lecturer, as a government spokesperson? How has this been built up? And maybe how much do you expect to be worth in another 10 years?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Mutua, you are the first governor we are interviewing on this committee, today at least. And there is a worrying trend of governors having been investigated by investigative agencies for quite some time, with cases not ending up in court. And you are one such example. I want to specifically address two issues with regard to Machakos County during your 10-year tenure as the governor of the county. And one issue that has been investigated, and we are yet to see the outcome of the investigations, is a scandal concerning dams. A scandal. There is a dam by the name Marumba. I don't know if you can, yeah? You know about it? Marumba Dam, where the county government of Machakos spent a whooping 89 million Kenya shillings without anything being done. This was meant to go towards the siltings of the dam. This money was paid out, and nothing, completely nothing was done here. In addition, the Danish International Development Agency pumped in 50 million Kenya shillings, again here, without any tangible result. You want perhaps to enlighten this committee, to update this committee. What became of this project? How much money has been pumped into it so far in total? What became of the investigations by the investigative agencies? And what are the measures being taken to recover this money that essentially belongs to the public? Two is the now infamous procurement of 16 vehicles by the Machakos County government under your watch. Another mega scandal that was investigated, and indeed the matter ended up in court way back in 2014. Somehow, come the year 2018, the matter was dropped, or the charges were dropped, after a purported agreement between the EACC, the Attorney General, and the DPP. Could you clarify, Governor Mutua, how this came about? And what became again of the monies that were pumped into this white elephant project? Thank you.
Boy. Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask the nominee that while serving as governor, elected in 2013 on a Wiper ticket, you branded all county government projects with your photos and the words Maendeleo Chap Chap. This was eventually registered as a political party, and it is the one that you used to vie for the seat in 2017 after the public had been able to see this in all images on all county projects. Mr. Speaker, isn't this an abuse of office based on the strict reading of Article on the Chapter 6 on leadership and integrity, particularly Article 73, on responsibilities of leadership, and Article 75 on the conduct of state officers, because this was use of public funds to advance personal interest. And finally, Mr. Speaker, on the nominees' democratic ideals, considering that the office for which is being nominated requires one person who is able to particularly know exactly where they put their signature, especially because we are going to be dealing with international treaties. During the campaigns, the last campaigns of 2022, the nominee signed into the agreement of Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance, and later on went publicly to say that even after signing, he did not know exactly what he was signing. Might this be something we would be worried about, considering he will be CS if he's approved by the House, and he would be probably have to deal with reading documents for signing on behalf of the country? Thank you, Chair.
Can answer those, Dr. Mutua?
Thank you very much,
Take another batch.
Mr. Chair, thank you. On the issue of the diaspora, Mheshimiwa Gladys Sholei, through Mr. Chair, it is quite unfortunate that as we sit here, Kenyans have died and have been mistreated in some parts of the world where they go to seek employment. It is quite a shame. I found out that we've lost 85 Kenyans in the last 3 months, and about 1,000 have been repatriated, especially from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where they have gone. I've looked into the matter and I've seen systematic failure in systems, from how they are recruited here and how they are let to operate when they get to Saudi Arabia and other places. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is a friendly country. We have an embassy there, they have an embassy here. The Kingdom and the government of Saudi Arabia are not involved in this. But there's a question that we're asking ourselves, and that is, a lot of Kenyans go overseas. They go to Qatar, they go to Dubai, United Arab Emirates, they go to Singapore, they go to many other countries, but yet they are dying in Saudi Arabia. There is a problem. I've seen a tendency where there's a blaming of the victims. I heard the other day some people saying the problem is with our girls. It's blaming the victims. It's very, very bad. There's a big problem, and if I am cleared and nominated, I'm cleared and then I'm sworn in, I'm going to ensure that we work with the labor team and the labor ministry to ensure there are systems in this country so that we are able to know who really needs to go overseas, how it is done, are these girls trained, how do they get to go there? When they arrive in Saudi Arabia or other countries, do we monitor where they are, where they live, etc., etc.? Well, I'm going to put stringent measures, and I'm going to make it my first trip overseas, if I'm approved and sworn in, will be to Saudi Arabia and the Gulf area, personally, to take care of this problem. But more so, we have lost 85 girls within the last 3 months. These are Kenyan citizens. These are Kenyans, and their deaths cannot be in vain. I'm going to work with the Minister of Interior. I'm going to work closely with the Saudi Arabian embassy and Saudi Arabian embassy and the government, so that we can even allow our DCI to go to Saudi Arabia with me and investigate each and every death that has occurred, so that each and every person who participated in the death of these girls is brought to book and charged. These are Kenyan lives. We need to send a message that no Kenyan will die overseas or get out overseas and the government does nothing about it. So I'm going to lead from the front and to ensure that this never happens again. But we're going to take care of some of the systematic failures that we have seen. Cartels that are operating here and other places, will take care of them and ensure that the life and sanctity of Kenyans is protected. The second question was about the wealth before I became governor. Before I became governor, my wealth was about close to, let's say, over 200 million. By that time, I had already invested, and the investments have been able to grow. What I presented were assets in terms of land that I had acquired from monies that I got when I worked in the Middle East, businesses that I had been able to start. In the form, self-declaration form, I'd also listed a few of the companies that I own, that I'm a shareholder in that list, and that shows my source of income that will be able to continue. Within the next 10 years, by God's blessing, I hope to have doubled my income through the businesses that are there thriving. As a Minister of Foreign Affairs, I'll not be able to participate in business much. I'll be taking care of, if I'm, I'm approved, will be taking care of the foreign interest of this country. But the businesses will take a life of their own. There's a third question about the worrying trend of governors being investigated. I'd like to go through them, Mr. Chair. The first one was about Maruba Dam. I was never questioned or anything brought to me about Maruba Dam. I think there was an investigation. Somebody wrote a petition about it. All I know is that as the Maruba Dam was being scooped, I personally, and I picked the Bible and I swore, I went and I witnessed the works being done of the silting of Maruba Dam. And I think the investigative bodies, if they are investigating, let them do their work and let them charge if there was any mistake that was done. But I know that the work got done. Number two was about Danida. The 50 million being talked about Danida was money that was not properly accounted for, that was moved by some officers in my then government to other uses that were meant to go to health centers and health facilities. These monies were returned. There was a proper audit that was done, and this was corrected. And I even visited the Danida offices, and we had an agreement, and people who were to be surcharged were surcharged, and that was taken care of. On the issue of the 16 vehicles, and I'd like to speak about this, Mr. Chairman, been called a mega scandal. When I became governor, we were given 140 million shillings. And the 140 million shillings were to buy luxury vehicles for governors and the executive. I asked myself, we come from a country of low economics and come from a country where there was only 4 ambulances at the time in Machakos and 2 were on top of stones. Would I buy luxury cars for myself when people are dying, or would I buy ambulances? So I opted to buy second-hand vehicles. Majority of Kenyans, the hustlers, they buy second-hand vehicles. So I bought 16 second-hand vehicles at a price of 35 million shillings. And I used the rest of the monies to buy 80 ambulances to serve the people of Machakos, so that I could drive. And I drove for 4 years, for about 8 years in Machakos, using a second-hand vehicle as the governor of Machakos, and all my ministers, so that our money can go to serve the people, not to serve the luxuries of Wakubwa. Mr. Chairman, as a result of those ambulances that we bought in Machakos, we've had over 864,000 beneficiaries. We have over 241,000 pregnant mothers have been ferried by those ambulances in Machakos. We have the fastest response time in Africa, second to South Africa. That is Machakos County ambulances. We have 51,122 children who are born in those ambulances. In the olden days, children were born in Ukambani called Mwanzia and Nzelani because they were born by the side of a road. Nowadays, those names are non-existent during my tenure because people are not born by the side of a road. So we were able to remove that shame. So the mega scandal that was there was that people were dying, mothers were dying because there were no ambulances, because of people wanting to have Ukubwa, and the rest went down. In terms of the issue of these 16 cases, it went to court, and I was never charged. And it was presented in court. We challenged. We said, why should we be charged for saving money? And eventually, the ESCC and the DPP said, actually, I should not even have been investigated. I should have been given an award. And a consent was written, and it was written clearly that I'll never be investigated of those charges because no money was lost.
Did the award arrive?
Through the blessings of God. And lastly, there's a question, Mr. Chairman, about branding Maendeleo Chap Chap. Maendeleo Chap Chap was my slogan, which I came up with as soon as I was sworn in. And so it was not a political party. And so we branded Maendeleo Chap Chap as a as a slogan to tell the people of Machakos that we want to do things in a chap-chap manner. We're able to build a stadium in 4 weeks that is now FIFA approved. We build a people's park. We build a road that is existing between Makutano Mamwala and Kidimani, 33 kilometers in 3 months. We broke the world record. Maendeleo chap-chap to serve the people of Machakos and the people of Kenya to show that it is possible. Later on, when Wiper Party and I fell apart, as it is in politics that happens, people said that I should have a party called Maendeleo Chap Chap because that is what I embodied. So that is how the transition went into. It was not branding for a party. It started on day one as a Wiper governor at the time. Lastly, I was asked a question about appending my signature, about what you did not know. I don't want to go back to the games and the tricks that were played during the Azimio times when we joined, because even the Wiper leader, His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka, said he signed what he did not know. And it's not that we signed what we did not know.
Point of order, Chair.
We had not seen.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, I would like to ask the nominee to kindly restrict himself to the questions and not to address matters that are not have not been brought, because the party leader of Wiper is not a nominee and is not one of the people that is being vetted.
Many people say they didn't know.
Let him answer the question for
I want to
himself.
repeat what I said. Let's ask questions and answer them without veering off into any parochial politics. We want to deal with issues that are asked, and let's go on.
Well guided, Mr. Chairman. I withdraw. And what happened, and I don't want to go into that history, it's been overtaken by events, is that we signed a document in good faith. And what was attached to that document is not what we were shown. It was totally different. What was deposited at the registrar of political parties, when we later found out, was a different document than the one that we had actually signed, what we called Utapeli, which was one of the reasons that I chose to leave Azimio, because I saw deceit and I could not really match what was happening. And I don't believe it was the entire Azimio. I think it was a few people who were playing games and were ruining it for the whole of the Azimio team that was really committed to fostering ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Junet Owen Bayer. I'll give to I'll give to Shurie. After Shurie, I'll give to Mishimbogo.
Thank you, Chair. For this Chair, I wanted us to clear with the preliminary issues first before we go very far. Chair, you was asked a question to the nominee, how much is his worth? Then he told you 420 million. He did not attach breakdown of that, like the other nominees, what that 420 entails, which land, which place, and such things. But anyway, I wanted to ask him, now that he has not attached, now it forces me to ask him, this hotel in Machakos, this white one, is it yours? A&L, yes. Even I had lunch with you one time there. Just for is it yours? Is it yours?
During your Azimio days?
During the old good days. Is it? Yeah, is it yours, your nominee? Yes or no?
Answer.
No, I want it because it will inform your chairman my next question. If he says no, I don't need to proceed with it. Is it yours? Yeah.
Yes, it is my hotel, built with a loan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, if you own that hotel alone, the way you are saying by a nominee, and you are saying you are worth 420 million only, ndugu yangu, I know this is a period people want to be poor because it's hustler time. Don't fear being rich. Just tell us how much you are. With that hotel, you cannot be 420. You cannot. That I've refused. Yeah, you cannot.
Dr. Mutua, next person.
All right, thank you very much, Chairman,
Owen
Speaker.
Bayer.
One of the key roles of a Foreign Affairs Minister, and in addition, you've been given the docket of looking at our missions abroad is we have weak missions as a country. Weak missions because the attacheship that used to be there, used to have trade attaches, tourism attaches, educational attaches, in our ministries strengthen them and they'll discharge their mandate very well. Today, if you go to our missions, you realize that they're very skeletal. And the work that is being done there, probably those people stay there to drink tea and mandazi only. But there isn't much work that they are doing. One of the areas that has suffered is tourism. Kenya used to be the foreign exchange earner in this country. The highest was tourism. The numbers were growing every day and were very good. But since these missions kind of thinned and these missions stopped doing the work that they were meant to do, tourism has gone down. I come from a very tourism-rich area, but we have suffered heavily in terms of numbers and income because the missions abroad have been weak. How, therefore, will you, as if you are confirmed as minister, strengthen Kenyan missions abroad and actually give Kenya the much-needed foreign exchange that would come through tourism? That is my first question. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I have particular interest in the missions in Italy, where a bulk of the tourists that come from coast come from. There has been a complaint that we only have a mission in Rome, and yet a lot of the dealings are in Milan. How are you going to help the Kenyans that live in the other parts of Italy actually access mission services easily instead of having to travel all the way to Rome? I thank you.
Next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Bwana Nominee, I want to get your take on this. If you get approved, you'll be going to a ministry that has a lot of civil servants who tend to be overlooked when appointments for high commissioners and ambassadors are appointed. Would you consider creating a quota system so that there's a certain number of professionals from the ministry get appointed so that they don't get demoralized, and another quota for other Kenyans? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mishi, the Honorable.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, Kenya sasa imekuwa mwanachama katika Baraza la Kiulimwengu katika mambo ya usalama na amani. Swali langu ni kwamba hivi sasa tunasikia kuna vita vya Urusi na Ukraine, na hivi sasa bei za bidhaa zimepanda sana hapa Kenya, kama bidhaa ya unga, bidhaa ya mafuta, na sana sana tunasikia ya kwamba sababu ni kwa sababu ya vita vya Urusi na Ukraine. Je, sisi kama taifa ama kama kwa mfano utakapopata wizara hii na kupitia serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, muna mikakati gani mkiwa wanachama katika baraza hili la kiulimwengu la usalama mutafanya kuhakikisha kwamba kumekuwa na amani ya kitaifa na kumekuwa na usalama ili hali ya kawaida iweze kurudi na Wakenya wengi ambao ni maskini kuweza kujimudu kununua bidhaa ambazo ni muhimu sana za kimsingi? Swala langu jengine ni kwamba kuna Wakenya wengi sana ambao wanaozea katika majela katika nchi za nje, haswa bara la Asia, ambapo walikwenda kule kwa mambo ya ajira, lakini kwa tetesi ambazo si za ukweli na njia za kidhulma, njia tatanishi, wengi wameweza kuwekwa majela na wanaozea kule, na hakuna njia ambazo zinafanyika kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya hawa wameweza kuachwa huru na hivyo basi waweze kurudishwa Kenya. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Dr. Mutua.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, the hotel that in Machakos, I talk about the worth of the hotel because it is still under ownership of, it is on loan. So when you own something that is under huge credit, it's very hard to say that it is yours unless you've cleared the credit. And that is why the cost of my value in the hotel is much, much less than I would like it to be. Hopefully one day in 10 years time when I own it 100%, then my value will be able to rise. Very good question, Mr. Chairman. The second question by Mheshimiwa Wenbaya through you, Mr. Chairman, it's about the diaspora. Yes, it is true we've got very weak missions. And this is a trend that has gone on for a long time. In the last few weeks, I've spent some time investigating how it is. Having been living overseas, we find that we really do not have attachés, we don't have office workers in our missions because of budgetary cuts. The budget that is given, and then you look at how the shilling has depreciated over time, we really cannot afford to have our officers serving our people in our high commissions and our embassies. So one of the things that I'll do if I'm confirmed and appointed and sworn in will be to come to Parliament, to the relevant committees, the Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committee, and also the Diaspora Affairs and Migrant Workers Select Committee, and push for a budgetary increase. It is quite a shame, Mr. Chairman, I shouldn't say this on here, but it's good for people to know that some of our embassies are so dilapidated that it is a shame when the ambassadors receive guests, they can't take them through some corridors, they take them through the back door because they have not been able to even paint the walls because of lack of budgetary support. One of the things that we need to do is that we need to use our embassies as offices to make money. We are moving from aid to trade. And to make money, you need to look like you don't need the money. You need to bring people there who you can convince. You need to bring investors. We need to have people who will be able to tour these countries and bring investments to this country. So we'll need proper funding of our embassies and high commissions. It is not wasted money. It is an investment, and that will be able to bear fruits. More so, especially even in tourism. You cannot get tourism without marketing. There's competition. Other countries are putting major advertisements all over the world. You go to these countries, they are going to fairs and everything. At times, our High Commission and embassies do not have money for fuel for their vehicles to actually even go across town. So where will they go to actually market our country in a fair to bring tourists? So there's been a trend of reducing the monies given to foreign affairs, and I hope this will be able to change because we're able to show that any money plugged in will be recovered 100 times fold. So I feel the pain, and which is a real pain. There was a question that was also asked about Italy and about different missions, and at the same point, we'd like to be able to open, and our strength as a country also lies in how our footprint in the world. And yes, Rome, we need a consulate or embassy in Milan. You look at, for example, China, with over 1.5, 1.6 billion people. We only have one embassy in Beijing covering a large country that's like a continent. We need a mission in Guangzhou where there are very many Kenyans, so we can tap into manufacturing and some of these issues. You look at even in South America, yes, we have embassy in Brazil, but that's covering 450 million people. We need to bring trade. It is a shame that in a country like Brazil with 250 million people, it's the 12th largest GDP, with the 12th largest GDP in the world, that the value of goods that we sell to Brazil currently is zero because there's nobody marketing it. So we need really to improve and really market our goods. Kenya Kwanza government is talking about value addition, is talking about creating markets, being able to sell our goods overseas. But where will they sell the goods? The goods will only be sold if the markets are found by the officers in the foreign and missions. This third question is about civil servants, balance between political and professionals. And I do agree of a quota system. It is very important for somebody to enter the foreign service as a cadet, knowing that one day they'll work their way up all the way to become ambassadors. It's a brilliant idea, and it's something that I've already discussed, and something that I hope that if I'm confirmed, I'll be able to put it into sequence so that people realize they can actually grow through the ministry. We want to limit the number of political appointees because we want people who are professionals to be able to get into there. Basi swali la mwisho ni kuhusu salama na amani, kuhusu swali muulizo kuhusu vita vya Ukraine na Urusi na umoja kimataifa. Sisi kama nchi ya Kenya tumeshiriki sana. Tulikuwa kule New York ambapo kuna mswada uliletwa katika ile tume kuu la wanaita la kimataifa la mambo ya usalama, na tukaweza kupiga kura tukisema kwamba hatutaki vita hivi viweze kuendelea. sisi kama nchi ambao mkakati yetu ya mambo ya usalama, mambo ya kimataifa, ni kusema ya kwamba tunashirikiana na nchi zote. Urusi ni rafiki wetu, Ukraine ni rafiki wetu, tunawahitaji, tunaongea nao. Tayari tumeongea na nchi Urusi, tumeongea na nchi Ukraine kwa kidiplomasia, tukaambia kwamba tuachane na vita, tuachane mikakati ya kuweza kuvamia nchi zingine ndio tuwe na amani. Lazima tucheze kidiplomasia, lakini pia tumesema kama nchi yetu ya Kenya hatutaki kuona nchi nyingine ikivamiwa na nchi nyingine, kwa sababu inakiuka ile mikakati yetu ambayo tumeiweka katika uhusiano wetu wa mambo ya kimataifa. Pia tunajua kwamba swala la pili kwamba kuna Wakenya wengi weko Myanmar, weko nchi nyingi ambapo wameweza kufungwa, wengine wameshikwa kule kama mateka, na nimesikia habari hizo zimekuwa zikichukuliwa tukijuujuu. Mimi nitachukulia kwa njia ambayo inafaa kabisa, kwa hata kama nitakwenda kule kutetea haki za Wakenya. Mkenya ni Mkenya, haijalishi umefanya nini. Wengine wamekamatwa kule, wanateswa kama maabusu, wengine wamekuwa kule ni kama watu ambao hawana nyumbani kwao. Tuweze kuwaleta nyumbani. Tayari tumewaleta kadhaa nyumbani, tunataka kuwaleta watoto wetu nyumbani wafike hapa. Wengine wanadanganywa, wanapotea. Tunataka pia kuambia kwamba wananchi ambao na watu ambao wanawajali. Asante. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, the next batch. The Honorable Amisi, the Honorable Mule, the Honorable Ferdinand, the Honorable Daud.
Thank you, Chair. And because I've been magnanimous enough before, allow me to ask 2 questions. Okay, I'll stick to that. Chair, to the nominee, labor migration as presented as a new frontier to the labor market. A country like Philippines, 40% of the GDP is from foreign remittance. Whatever Philippines has, I think Kenya has more. Where do we go wrong? How will you be able to work together in synergy with the Ministry of Labor? Because we always blame the Ministry of Labor, but we ask ourselves, how do our workers travel if you are not aware? So in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, how are you going to leverage on this so that Kenyans still gain much from labor migration? Because as a country we do not have natural resources as much. We don't have the natural gas, we don't have the petroleum, we don't have mineral fossils. So we must look at areas of diversifying our economy. Arab Emirates decided to diversify from oil when it was diminishing. It made Dubai a center of attraction to get from global flow of income. It's now interest of the whole world. As a country, I believe we must now get to diversify our economy, and we stop asking ourselves, we are reducing 300 billion from our budget. The next president will come and tell us he's reducing 1 trillion. So we are going to become, our policies is about how to make us more poor, and not what can we increase our budget. So that is the threat I see to this country. We are discussing now on how to reduce it instead of how we are increasing. And if we don't diversify our economy, and you are at the center of foreign, we need to know what are we selling to the world. You cannot be rich if you are not selling to the world. What are you going to help this country become rich?
Honorable Mule.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want this to go straight to the nominee. It is in public domain that the office you held or the government you led of Machakos County, as we speak right now, it has one of the biggest debt in the country of 2.8 billion shillings, which is not paid, and is a debt which is being carried over to the next administration. Kindly, not to incur such debt. Funds from the national government, development partners, and other local collected avenue whereby we should not have a single debt. And for example, Makueni had a debt of less than 2-point-something million shillings by their close of gaps. My fear is one. With this experience and happenings within your leadership in Machakos, how do we grant you to be the eye of Kenya in the diaspora? Are we going to get to issues which relate to mismanagement, misappropriation, misunderstanding of management? And this is one of the key ministries we are looking forward in this country to make sure that at least we attract investors, we attract tourists, we attract jobs from foreigners. I want to be convinced and convince this committee. Are you really suitable for this position with the history I've given for Machakos, with a debt which has been calculated by the Auditor General of 2.8 billion shillings, unpaid, contractors unpaid, services unpaid? Serious management issue.
Ferdinand. May I ask you this question? I'm one of the victims of the people who went to Middle East, and you said if you become the Minister for Foreign Affairs, you will go to Middle East. I think the problem here are the so-called cartels here and in the Middle East. Our people leave this place, and as soon as they get to Middle East, their passports are taken, and you know, they move from one house to the other, one house to the other. So I think what you basically tell us what you do with that exporting our people to that. As I'm talking to you, I have a cousin of mine whose body is lying in the Middle East. So, on a different subject, you find that what's happened with the visa, you know, they can't be said friendly to us. Well, no problem, but when you want to get a visa, go to some of these countries, including in countries like South Africa, it takes such a long time to get a visa. Sometimes you don't even get a visa. And some people even end up being stranded at the airport because they get there and there's nothing. They can't go back. They can't come. And so they spend 2, 3, 4 days, imagine, at the airports. So what are you going to do about that? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Dr. Mutua, I would want to ask you 1 or 2 questions. We've got countries which normally offer us scholarships, university scholarships, college scholarships. Some of the friendly countries are India, Cuba, Algeria, Pakistan, Hungary, amongst others. I remember a couple of years back the Indian High Commission telling me there were 100 vacancies for technical training colleges in India, but the scholarships can only come through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But when I went to follow up with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I was told they were not available. But the Indian High Commission told me they were there, and many like them are there. So what criteria is it being used to distribute those scholarships to deserving Kenyans and not being to people to buy them? Because if it's not the ordinary citizens and it's going to people, then it doesn't help at all. Secondly, our balance of trade. Many countries, our balance in favor of the other countries. What do you think you will do to even mark our Mira so that our farmers in Nyambene and Tigania can at least get something out of Mira, because that is one thing which is, I think it is at the core of our government as well. Thank you.
Dr. Mutua.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, there's a question about labor migration and Kenyan jobs. It is quite instructive. I watched the morning interview or vetting whereby Mheshimiwa Musalia Mudavadi talked about the 480 billion shillings that are remitted from overseas, 350 to 480 billion shillings. Actually, the diaspora remits more money to Kenya. It's our chief foreign exchange earner than even coffee, tea, and others. And we like to grow this, but it needs to be done in a very, very organized place. And so it is important for us to take advantage of this. There is no system as there is in Philippines, for example, whereby the government goes out to teach people how to look for jobs overseas and also train them and give them opportunities to find jobs. So if I am confirmed, I'm going to set up a unit in the ministry to teach Kenyans and also guide Kenyans on how to secure jobs overseas. How do you qualify for a job overseas? How do you become competitive? Because Kenyans are very bright. Kenyans are very well educated. They are very good. They can get jobs and they can remit money, but they have not been given an opportunity and shown. I'm also going to ask our embassies to be telling us, so we can tell Kenyans and publish widely, of opportunities that Kenyans can be able to look at and be able to go into the private sector, but also more so into the United Nations and other international bodies, so that Kenyans are also over there. One of the things that we'd like to do is also, we'd like to get our Kenyans overseas to save, because they're remitting a lot of money. Our president has been talking about Kenyan saving. We'd like to also get our Kenyans overseas to also save. Let them save here so that we can be able to borrow that money that is saved here or use that money. We've been talking about an infrastructure bond for years. We'd like to get that infrastructure bond realized so that Kenyans overseas can say we build that highway with our money from overseas. We also want to set up a network so that when you send your money here, you know the money is being used for the right use as a member of the diaspora. The second question was about the pending bills by Mheshimiwa Mule, Mr. Chairman, through you. And I was also surprised to see in the news about 2.8 billion, but what I had on my records was 1.6 billion from the control of budget. And we have a plan of how this money, and it was very clear how the money would be paid. It was very clear to the control of budget how the pending bills were accumulated. Some of them were accumulated because we had very many development projects. If you have a lot of development projects, others will carry over into new financial years. When some of them carry over to new financial years, they become pending bills, and they are listed even though some of them are ongoing. There are others whereby we had talked to the control of budget that we had said as a government I would not be able to pay them because they were white elephants. There were some things that were listed where a school was built, but you go to the ground, there's no school built. If I paid that pending bill, then I would be arrested and locked up because that is corruption. So that is how some of them have accumulated. There are others which really are real. We have poor exchequer, we're able to correct, and it's a challenge. We're dealing with the first 10 years of devolution. It was about balancing everything, getting everything going, but by the end, I'm very confident that I ran a very good government that was recognized, that had a lot of success in many, many areas, that was able to be an epitome or an example to many other counties. Mheshimiwa, through you, Mr. Chairman, talked about victimization of Kenyans through the cartels, and it is true. I have some tricks up my sleeve, and I don't want to speak about them publicly right now because you know these cartels will work on them. But I can assure you, within a few weeks, I'm dealing with these cartels, because I've been made to understand that some of them are even owned by government officials. And they're going to do everything because they're making tons and tons of money out of our people. And some of the things that we want to do is that it's a clear recording. If you're going to send our kids overseas for work, you need to have a record of who you are sending. You need clearance by the foreign ministry, not only by the labor ministry. And when they arrive in that other country, we'd like to get within 2 weeks to know which home they are domiciled and where they are working. If we don't get that list, then that organization will not be allowed to send any other person to that country ever again until that is met. Furthermore, it is the right of every Kenyan to bear their own passport upon themselves. And we are going to tell the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that the Kenyan passport belongs to the Kenyan. And you only surrender your passport if you're getting a visa and others. You cannot surrender your passport because you're working. And if they can't agree for Kenyans to keep their passports among themselves, let's go to other countries. We don't have to go there and be slaves because they take our passports and we can't even travel anywhere. So we are going to ensure some of these things are not taken for granted. It's all about the government putting down its foot and saying, we are friendly nations, let's treat our people with respect. Mr. Chairman, the question about the Kenyan visas, and this goes hand in hand with the strength of the Kenyan passport. If you go to Google, you'll find that our Kenyan passport is number 75 in terms of the countries, in terms of its strength. This is because we are not really, our passport is not very strong. We can't go to many countries without visas. One of the things that I want to do, if I'm confirmed and sworn in, is to ensure that we get bilateral agreements with many countries signed, so that we can have reciprocal, so that Kenyans do not need a visa to go to some countries. Most of the time, these countries put what in Swahili we call vikwazos, because they believe that Kenyans will be going there, misbehaving and not coming back. But with the plan of President Ruto to grow the economy from the bottom up, Kenyans will not have a reason to flee their country. There will be opportunities for people to go, trade, and come back home. The other thing is also to look at some of the agreements that are sitting in Parliament that we're going to bring. For example, there's an MOU between the United States and the Kenyan government to quicken how Kenyans get visas to the United States, but it has sat in Parliament for a while. I'm going to fast track it so that it is approved, and it is so we can sign some of those agreements and many treaties that will strengthen our passport. I also would like to, if confirmed, is to introduce what is called a service passport for senior public government officials, so that there is a diplomatic passport, there's a regular passport, and also a service passport. This is done by many countries, so that our senior government officials have a service passport that enables them to get visas in a faster way to be able to go and carry out their duties, which may not per se be diplomatic, but they're able to carry out their duties. It will put less pressure on the diplomatic passport, and also it will ensure that our passport gets a better ranking at the end, so that the mamambogas and others can also be able to go to many countries without having to go for a visa. The Mheshimiwa, through you, Mr. Chairman, Dawood asked about scholarships. Very, very important. And this is because of lack of follow-up. I've noticed that there are very, very many treaties, agreements, follow-up of meetings that have really not taken root. One of the things that I plan to do, if I'm confirmed and sworn in, is to ensure that there is a person sitting in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with direct linkages to every other ministry. Because we want to go trade, but we also look at these specific scholarships to other places. We want to be able to announce these scholarships to the public. Si mambo ya kujuana. I have a good friend of mine, if I can use him an example, called Professor Frederick Iraki. Grew up very poor, was teaching somewhere in Western Kenya. He saw an advert in the newspapers, I think it was Taifa Leo, and he was able to apply to the foreign ministry for a scholarship on merit without knowing anybody. He got a scholarship. He's now a full professor. Went overseas, studied, full professor. Hakujua mtu. So we want to create a system whereby children of the poor, when we say the child of the poor will be able to sit at the same table with the child of the rich, so that you don't have to know anybody for you to be able to get these scholarships. And we'll publish them. And also I'll be on my tours overseas. I'd like to be accompanied by members of parliament, because I have seen when I was working in government, whenever there's a team that comes from the United States, from England and other countries, they bring their members of parliament, they bring their members of Congress to accompany the minister. I'd like to get that habit, because you understand and you can be able to lobby for me and lobby for the country of Kenya, more scholarships and more opportunities for Kenyans. It is not just a job of executive. This is a shared, I want to have work together with parliament, because it is about Kenya. Kenya is not just about the Foreign Office. It's about all of us as leaders being able to support our people here in Kenya. In terms of balance of trade, yes, a problem, because majority of our products don't have value addition. So we are selling our products raw. So we find that we are importing finished products. We actually sent our products overseas and they are imported to Kenya with value addition. The Kenya Kwanza government is all about value addition. We like to add value to our products so that more money can remain in the pockets of wananchi, and this will ensure that our balance of trade is balanced. In terms of miraa, we look at how do we package our miraa, but it's not about package, it's how do you market our miraa overseas. And how do you get smooth transition? Because that is a product so that the people of Tigani, as you put it, can also have more money in the pocket. So this is a critical part of the plan of Kenya Kwanza. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We agreed no lifting of hands. Yes. Naisula, Gikaria, Raso, Posing, Emase.
Thank you, Chair. To Honorable Mutua, many things...
Actually, there are only two of you left after Emase, Murugara, and Mukami. You can take those 6.
All right, thank you, Chair. To Honorable Mutua, many think that you have zero international experience. What are your views on self-determination in relation to this nomination? Is self-determination real or a mirage? And whether experience actually matters? And the second question, in your view, what new roles will the State Department of Diaspora Affairs do that the existing government structures don't do or will not do? Remembering that in the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, it was actually to be a ministry. What issues do you think will need to be handled under the Diaspora Affairs docket? Thank you.
Next.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe, Chair, at some point in Parliament, at some time, I think you'll need to give a ruling as to whether this aspect of the domestic workers out of the country, whether it is a foreign affair matter or it's a labor, or sometimes we leave it to labor and maybe it is foreign, or it's the two of them. And I think your direction will really give us some answers to this.
It is cross-cutting. They live here exactly under labor.
Correct.
They're out there under foreign.
Mm-hmm. So I think it's when they are addressing that, then it's a cross-cutting issue. Maybe the two ministries need.
The government has collective responsibility, and the minister, if approved, may wish to work very closely with labor to ensure that they synchronize the process and continue monitoring and managing our Kenyans out there.
Thank you, Speaker. And I also want to thank the nominee. You know, he has actually specified, specifically which some of these countries are. The issue has also been generalized, but now when it comes with a particular area that is bringing this problem, then I think it is important. He also mentioned that he wants some of these properties that he has is out of the income he earned when he worked in the Middle East, if I heard him correctly. Maybe he needs to give us an experience of then and what is happening now. But the very last one, Honourable Chair, is about the questionnaire, number 27. And I had the nominee giving us a very emotive and very, you could feel where he has come from and the assistance that he got when he was rising and through his education and missing out to school because of school fees. But Honourable Chair, if you look at number 27 in the pro bono charity work, donation to charity and things. He writes, not applicable. I mean, Honorable Chair. How then could you have benefited from well-wishers and good Samaritan, and yet in your tenure, you're not giving back? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. Yes. Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Mutua, if Parliament will approve your nomination, you will actually be the #2 diplomat for Kenya. And the ministry that you will be heading is the face of Kenya out there. In the last Parliament, we passed the Act, that is the Foreign Service Act. And our foreign policy is anchored on economic, cultural, environmental, and diaspora. Now, from your last job, you have been the governor for Machakos for 10 years. I think it's not a mean feat. It means the people of Machakos saw that you are doing certain things right, maybe not 100%. So my question is, what is the new thinking or new initiative that you are likely to bring to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs so that it can grow on the pillars around which the Kenyan foreign policy is anchored? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Gikaria, switch off your mic, please.
Sorry.
Crossing.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. You know, Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as said by Honorable Rasu, is actually the face of Kenya outside there. And by so doing, Honorable Speaker and the Chair, it is one of the most prestigious ministries to work in. I have assessed, Honorable Chair, and I want to ask if the nominee is approved by this committee and finally the House, to go and do audit of small communities. Now they come from Kenya Kwanza, which is bottom-up economically. I want him also, when he's going there, to look at the bottom-up community, so that to see, actually, is foreign affairs face of Kenya. It may be face of Kenya outside there. What about at home? And I want you to be very specific to some of these small communities, including Pokot community. How many are they in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? And I'm taking an example. I'm not saying only Pokot, maybe Pokomo or elsewhere in this country. How many are there in the ministry? So that at least you, as Honorable Garia says, you bring real change if you are approved by this Parliament, so that the face of Kenya does not become face of Kenya outside there as ministry, but at home is face of some few communities. Thank you, Speaker.
My turn. Thank you, Chair.
Yes,
my question is to the nominee. Why do you think you are the best fit for this position? What is it that you're going to do differently? And I was also looking at the ministry itself. We do have the returning diplomats. You know, we take these individuals out there and they come back with a lot of skills, global experience. What are you going to do in terms of developing and retaining this talent and making good use of these individuals when they return, probably by making sure that they are, reassigned responsibilities or deployed to other ministries or boards where they can add more value and contribute towards the development of this country? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the nominee. Initially, agriculture was the largest foreign exchange earner. I think later it was overtaken by tourism, and now it's been overtaken by diaspora. And with the continuation of what is happening out there, especially to our labor force, that may also go. And one reason why agriculture was overtaken is because of branding. That as Kenyans, we do not brand our produce properly, and maybe we do not sell those brands as brands of Kenya. For example, we have coffee and tea, but out there, whether it is in Turkey, it is Dubai, you'll be told that the coffee, the tea they are taking is from Egypt, which is surprising, and that tea possibly is from Kenya. The coffee, and we have some of the best coffee in the world. You're told it's Brazil or Thailand or from wherever. As the Minister for Foreign Affairs, I think you're going to be the driver of the policy brand Kenya. How do you propose to work with the Ministry of Trade so that this is realized and we are able to add more foreign exchange and as a result grow the economy as we intend to do?
Kami.
Our nominee, I have one question for you regarding the visas. Kenyans have complained about the amount of time and resources spent when trying to obtain visas to visit countries that we enjoy cordial relationships with, such as South Africa, America, UK. The nationals of this country do not suffer the same inconvenience, and some even get visas on arrival. What will your ministry do to address this concern? Because it's a tall order.
Yes, Dr. Mutua, answer those 7 questions, or the 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mheshimiwa Laisuda asked about my international experience. I lived overseas for about nearly 15 years. As a student, I worked there. I know how life is. I've interacted with foreigners. And so I have a knowledge. When I was government spokesperson, my matters were not just local, but also dealt with a lot of international issues through the cabinet office. And the whole issue of self-determination it's quite important. And you know, as a policy in Kenya, our foreign policy believes in that every country has a right to self-determination. Every country has a right to enjoy its freedoms without being attacked by another country. And we want to be able to be seen as a solid country that has a foreign policy that does not keep on shifting with the wind. So we are quite solid about how we do things. Because of living overseas also with the diaspora, I'm quite aware of the challenges of the diaspora. I know that the National Diaspora Council of Kenya has never been operationalized. That is one of the first things that if I'm approved and sworn in that I will do. I want to enter into a discussion with the United Kingdom, with the United States and other countries where we've got a lot of Kenyans went there, fell out of status, they're hiding, they don't have status, they can't come back home, to see ways of waiving the problems they faced without them being deported, so they can get waivers, so they can leave and get legalized where they are, so they can be able to contribute very, very well to this country. We're looking at being able also to sign more MOUs that will be able to help the diaspora be able to work very well between us and then the banking field and others as we continue. So I feel that I'm quite prepared in terms of my personal experience and experience working in government for over 20 years. The second question is about the foreign affairs and issues which, Mr. Chairman, you're able to answer very well about the cross-cutting issues between labor. But we'd like to make it very clear that if I'm approved and sworn in, issues of Kenyans overseas will fall in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I think Foreign Affairs has been passing the buck a lot to the Ministry of Labor. But Ministry of Labor will also have to get its act together. And because Kenya Kwanza, we are a team, we'll be able to work as a team to harmonize, so that even though there's processing done and approvals, we're working hand in hand. But when Kenyans are overseas, working overseas, I don't want them to go to any embassy and being told this is not a foreign affairs issue, this is a labor issue, Ministry of Labor issue. You're in a foreign country, you don't know anybody about labor, you know the mission. you want to be protected by your mission. I want people to be proud of the country they come from and to know that their country has their back day and night at every single time. There was the issue about the properties, yes, and the questionnaire. As a Christian, the Bible says that when you give with your left hand, your right hand should not know what you've been giving. A lot of my pro bono work and the work that I've been doing through the church. And I don't like listing to what I've done as a Christian, because you're not supposed to go and scream out there what you've done as a Christian. I sponsor more than 100 children through school myself, because I know how it changed my life by being sponsored, and many other things that I'm able to do that I don't like blowing my own horse, because I do it from the bottom of my heart and as a service to God, not as a service to man. There is a third question about being the #2 diplomat for Kenya, and the Foreign Service Act, and the whole issue of the economic, culture, and trade. We are moving. You know, one of the reasons that Kenya is looked down upon even with visas is because we're a poor economy. You know, if you're poor, people don't take you seriously as much as if you're rich. If you're rich, you're taken seriously. And the whole idea is to make our country rich. We want people to know that Kenya can be a land of opportunity. And my job will be able to do what I can. For example, my dream and I would like to work with members of parliament and governors so that I could go out there with my ambassadors if I am approved. And we say as a country that we are going to bring to every county a new factory that will be able to provide jobs to our Kenyans and grow the economy so that we can all grow and make money. Because at the end of the day, it's all about money in the pocket. And we want our people to have more money in the pocket. And that's one of the things that we've said as a government that we would like to be able to do. Mr. Chairman, the other question was about the audit of small communities. I have to admit, Mr. Chairman, that I was flabbergasted, awed, shocked, amazed, confused when I looked at the list of recent appointments and other appointments to the senior levels in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It clearly does not represent the balance of the face of Kenya. This with the I'll be able to advise the president so we can be able to correct this. Every Kenyan needs to know they have a place in their government. And we are going to make sure that every Kenyan, regardless of where you are born, regardless of who your parents are, regardless of which corner you come from, you feel that you can participate in nation building in the various government departments. And I believe this is what our president is all about. And also to look at issues of skill-based. We want people who are skilled to know that you can work hard, you can be chap-chap, and be able to move up the ladder so that it's not skewed about who is knowing who. For example, there's the issue about postings in the ministry. We need to make it public. You know, now it's a hidden secret. You know, you actually don't know who is being posted until you find out somebody is missing. And you realize they have been posted somewhere. We want everybody to know who's been posted where, so that people say, huyu ameenda mara tano, nimeenda mara mbili. Why can't I also go and serve my country outside? We want to create a sense of fairness so that people feel that they are fair. Mr. Chairman was also asked the question about why do I think I'm the best for this position. I want to thank the President for giving me this opportunity. I've worked overseas. I have studied communication, and diplomacy is my second nature. As a government spokesperson, I was able to interact with any people, and I know what it takes. And I believe I have the talent and the gusto and the strength to be able to transform and change the way the ministry operates for the benefit of Kenyans. We have a clear plan in Kenya Kwanza, and I was part of the architects of that plan, so I understand clearly what we need to do to work in that ministry, and I believe that I'll be well placed and I'll make Kenya proud as we move on. The sixth question was about the diaspora and how we are being overtaken, and it is true, Mr. Chairman, you find that even flowers come from this country, they go to another country, then they're sent to another country, and people think the flowers come from that other country. We need to find a way of branding everything that comes from our Kenya, and that's when it comes down to even the value addition. We need to add value to our products. We need to be able to say this comes from Kenya and be able to do it proudly and get it out there so that whenever anything is value added, we're able to make more money. And lastly, there was the issue about obtaining visas and the cordial relationship with some countries. People come here, they're able to walk in, but for us, getting into some countries like going to heaven by the process of their visas. These are some of the issues that I'll be able to work closely with the ambassadors, work closely with this country, sign bilateral agreements so as to make it easier for Kenyans. And we'll try and start with Nipe Nikupe. If we do it for you, do it for us, and see how it is, because we are in the same world. But in the same world, we need also to see how we can improve the standing of our passport. Some countries in Africa, like Botswana, for example, their passport is quite strong. They can just walk into the US and just, in some other countries and just, get their visa on arrival. Whereas here, it's a process. So we want to get our country to that level. Having lived overseas, having traveled, I know what it means for people to line up for visas. We want to remove that shame, and I believe I'm up to the task. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Mutua, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Our athletes, they give us the most visibility everywhere. Through them, our national anthem is played in most unexpected places. But increasingly, it's been happening that when our athletes go out there to conquer the world, they don't enjoy any protocol support. And the head of protocol in the country lies in your ministry. What arrangements do you have to ensure that our greats like Eliud Kipchoge and others have at least some protocol support wherever they go to arrange their press briefings, their feasibility, their marketing, and all these things that we see being done to athletes from even lesser countries? When Maria Mutola was the conqueror of the world from Mozambique, she was accorded protocol at the level of a minister. Of course, ours are too many. We may not take it to that level. But what are you planning to do for our athletes? You find petty traders carrying diplomatic passports, and our world-conquering athletes don't have. What are your thoughts on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A very good question. There are two ways. I was lucky to be a journalist because I lived in Australia at the time and witnessed the 2000 Olympics. And I saw our athletes and some of the struggles they went through. And I love sports, so I've been able to see some of these things. And one of the programs that I have in place is to set up our protocol officers, not only for athletes, but even to Kenyans. Kenyans have been complaining that when they go to embassies, they're not treated well. They're not treated with respect when they live in the diaspora. And I want to ensure that when you go to an embassy, to a high commission as a Kenyan, you are treated with the respect and dignity that you deserve as a Kenyan, and you can come out saying, yes, my country really loves me. So I'm going to institute a program to take care of athletes and even top business people when they go to these countries, because they are also income earners. They are bringing foreign exchange to our country. It is also a shame that even some of our soccer players, we've seen them in the past sleeping in airports because there was no proper protocol or there's no money. And so I'll be coming back to Parliament and requesting for funds so that we can always have an emergency kitty in our high commissions and embassies, so we can be able to fly and take care of our soccer players. If there's a player or athletes that has fallen in the wayside, to remove that shame and give them the recognition that they deserve. We also, one of my plans that I put through as Kenya Kwanza plan is also to have a program for our athletes on how to invest and save their money. So that as they make their money, they are not just spending their money. Part of their money is going into saving, because you cannot run forever. After a while, somebody else will be able to run faster than you. A better soccer player will play better than you. So that you have something left, so that you can be able to invest, get into business or get into work, so that you don't die poor. Then it becomes a shame that you represented this country, but you're dying poor. So we can be able to set up that in collaboration with the ministry in charge of sports. Then lastly is we need to have galas and recognition when they come back and treat them well. When it comes to issues of diplomatic passports, I totally agree with you. And I'll be, if I'm nominated, if I'm approved and sworn in, I'll be taking to Cabinet a memo to discuss on who should and who should not have diplomatic passport. With the introduction of the service passport, we need to come up with a clear criteria. In my mind, for example, I think that members of parliament who are our top diplomats, because they understand the problems on the ground, they should be able to be facilitated to go overseas with the right documentation to be able to work, not just people who are connected to have diplomatic passports. But also we need to leave to save the sanctity of the diplomatic passport, because if a diplomatic passport is given to everybody around, it lowers the ranking of our passport, which means that our Kenyans who are down there, Mama Bogas, now have to line up for more visas. So it's a balancing act. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Mutua. Now we're coming to an end of your hearings. I give you 3 minutes to tell us your wish.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the committee, and I want to thank the members for the very, very insightful questions that they have been able to ask me, and I hope I've been able to answer them. And I humbly request you to approve my nomination so that I can be given an opportunity to serve this country in a way that I know will transform this country. I want to be able to work clearly to make sure that Kenya is known to be a country that wants to trade, not aid. We don't want to go and beg and get aid. Yes, aid is good. We'll be getting support, but we want to trade. Kenyans do not want a hand down. Kenyans want a hand up. Kenyans want to be given opportunities, and that is where I'm coming in. In terms of diaspora, I'm going to fight for the rights of diaspora. Having been in the diaspora myself, understand the pains, I'll be able to work on those things. Marketing Kenya is very important. Kenya needs to be also a conference place where conferences can come to this country and we make a lot of money. It's a low-hanging fruit, so we're going to support that a lot, even as we champion climate change, because as you know, in this country, how the weather is, we have to fight for climate change, matters of environment and others. And I'll work with everybody to ensure that the Kenya Kwanza government under President Ruto succeeds, because we are working as a team to ensure our country grows. Mr. Chairman, I want to assure you that mbele iko sawa.
Thank you, Dr. Mutua. You are now released and at liberty to go to your other duties. Honorable members, we have saved 5 minutes from Dr. Mutua. I give you a stretch of 5 minutes as we ask the sergeant to look for Mama Alice Wahome as our next nominee. Bring in Alice Wahome in 5 minutes.
Ukitumia ViewPay cashless na uqualify for bima ya 100,000 shillings pamoja na medical cover ya 20k na permanent disability cover ya 100k kwa 5 bob pekee. Dial *236# today to start using ViewPay cashless.
Kik ikaw hola mabiro tami chulo, kendo kik ikaw hola moingo omenda ma ichuli kata ma iyudo dwe ka dwe.
Chiemo kelo wa kanyakla,
ibedo kod paro mabeyo mag chiemo motedni.
Karibuni.
To will kod kaka itedo kit chiemo no manigi suya kod ndhadhu mamit. E chenro mar tedo gi chiemo, wapuonjore tedo kit chiemb luo kod chiemo manyasani.
Koro kigolo ring'o ting'ade kama.
Tich adek ka tich adek, saa 2 okinyi, mane Ramogi TV.
Wakenya wengi wanaendelea kushiriki na kushinda $300,000 kwenye Shabiki Major Leagues Jackpot.
Mimi naitwa Bramwell George Kitai kutoka Nakuru. Nilijaribu kucheza hii mchezo wa Shabiki na nimeshinda shilingi 1,300. Watu wote wenye mnasikiza kwa radio ama mnaona kwa TV, mjaribu hii mchezo wa Shabiki, mjue watu wa Shabiki ni watu wa ukweli. Mimi ni shabiki, je wewe?
Kuwa mmoja wao. Cheza Major Leagues Jackpot kwa shilingi 10 pekee kwa kutuma neno MJP kwa 29063 na waweza kuwa mshindi. Shabiki Major Leagues Jackpot, the easiest jackpot in Kenya. Not for persons under the age of 18. Betting can be addictive. Play responsibly. Shabiki.com is authorized and regulated by the BCLB. License number 416.
Ng'ama miyo ong'eyo ber mar tim makare kaka math mokinyi manigi ndhadhu kendo milimili kod blue band pile ka pile opong'e gi omega 3 kod omega 6 gi teko madwarore. Math mokinyi gi blue band, dongruok maggi makare pile ka pile.
Chal nade? Chal ka gimi kaka ng'iyo sim gi pacha te? Kiki ahinya. En mana ni asebedo e story ahinya. Mana kaka rally manyochacha ne chal ka gima ne an kanyo kane otimo. Kendo kane iyawo chiro manyien ne chal ka gima ne an kanyo. Sama ne imiyo welo mapacho ka nengo mogonyore nam chumbi ne antie. In bende inyalo bedo e story kamora mora. Download mana Citizen Digital.
Bed iyo ng'ala manyime gi weche manyien ka gi tuch kod gik mamoko ka gi timore kendo opogore pachoka kod pinje ma oko. Download Citizen Digital. Citizen Digital.
Bug jodongo wacho e dhok marapar matinda dek ni dhako chunye en pesa. Makata isuka wi mitindo to kionge pesa to dawi. Makata idhi e gym bibed bonsa to kionge pesa to chunye pod dawe. Makata isoma kisungu midhumo kisungu to kionge pesa chunye to pod da.
Dial *811*337# to get Jadongo.
Bein kod penjo mora mora.
Hello, penj laktar.
Hello, daktar.
Kata paro ma osebedo ka chandi ne wach ngima kod thieth. Wakeloni puonj maliw moa kuom lakteche molony e yore thieth te. Biro tero wachiel kachiel e yor puonj.
Koro laktar oseneni wacho ni nigi tuo mar kansa ma ema bedo ga stage mar 2.
Chieng' wuok tich nyaka tich abich wakeloni lakteche mopogore ma biro puonji gimora mora e wach thieth kod bedo gi ngima makare. Riwri kod Ruth Otieno saa 12 e penj laktar mana e Ramogi TV.
The league tables are taking shape. Winning on Shabiki.com is getting easier. Enjoy highly boosted odds on the English Premier League, French Ligue 1, Spanish La Liga, Italian Serie A, and many top leagues only on Shabiki.com. Kuwa Shabiki. Play now. Strictly not for persons under the age of 18. Betting can be addictive. Play responsibly. Shabiki.com is authorized and regulated by the BCLB. License number 416. Shabiki.com.
Collect fare kwa boda au matatu ukitumia ViewPay cashless na uqualify for bima ya 100,000 shillings pamoja na medical cover ya 20k na permanent disability cover ya 100k kwa 5 bob pekee. Dial *236# today to start using ViewPay cashless.
waduogo kendo waikonu chenro maber moloyo. En ngolo nyadiriyo, miel nyadiriyo, kod mor nyadiriyo. Yud magi te chenro mopogore opogore. Kum dag mor, ngeso ka ngeso, sang'wen otieno. Tiedero, ngeso ka ngeso, sapaga chelo dhiambo. Ngoma owake, wuok tich nyaka tich abich, saparo dhiambo. Ramogi night, tich abich ka tich abich, sang'wen otieno. Magi duto, mana Ramogi TV.
Machiegni jahera mar chenro mar Penj Laktar kokalo Ramogi TV kamwacho ni ngima en mwandu.
Radio Ramogi, Cartoon Jaluo. Radio Ramogi.
And affirm you can take the Bible or the Quran as the case may be.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, the chairman to the committee. I, Alice Mudhoni Wahome, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and tell this
Alice,
committee...
when you swear, you raise the Bible with your right hand.
All right. I, Alice Mudhoni Wahome, do swear to testify on all matters in question and tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Honorable Alice, welcome once again. We are going to have an interactive session with you. Where members of this committee, as you are aware, we are set up under the Act to conduct hearings and find your suitability or otherwise in taking up the position that the President has offered you. We are chaired by the Speaker, yours truly here, Moses Wetangula, and I'll invite members of the committee to introduce themselves for purposes of Hansard. I know that your colleagues, you know them, but the Hansard requirement needs that they introduce themselves, starting with the Deputy Speaker.
Good afternoon and congratulations, Honorable Wahome, on your nomination as Cabinet Secretary. I'm Gladys Boss, member for Wasingishu County and Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Thank you.
Kimani Shongwa, Kikuyu Member of Parliament.
Upio Wandai, Ugunja MP.
Junet Mohammed, Suna East.
Owen Baya, Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui, Kadhiani.
Rehab Mukami, County MP Nyeri.
Ferdinand Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament,
Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County.
George Gitonga Murugara, member, Tharaka Nithi.
David Kosing, Pokot South MP.
Abdul Rahim Daud, North Imenti, Meru County MP.
Honorable Mishimboko MP Likoni.
Nelson Arap Koech, MP Belgut.
Thank you, Chair. Caleb Amisi, MP Saboti.
Dido Rosso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shurie, MP Balambala.
Emase Mary, MP Teso South.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
We also have our secretariat led by our clerk to the National Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Sarah Kioko, the acting clerk of the National Assembly, and I'm accompanied by the Deputy Director, Legal Services, Mr. Michael Karuru, and other staff who are assisting the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Alice Wahome. Our next step is to get from you your documents as indicated in the invitation letter. If you have them as a bundle, you will give to the clerk after I mention them. They will check your copies that you leave with us against your originals, which you may be at liberty to take back after the meeting. You have your compliance with tax obligations from KRA?
Yes.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Use the microphone, please.
I do.
Clearance with the Higher Education Loans Board?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Clearance with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
Yes, I do.
Certificate of Good Conduct?
I have one.
From the DCI?
Yes, I have one.
Very good. Your national ID?
I do have the original with me.
Your academic certificates?
Yes, they are there, Chair.
Okay, that gracious lady will have them and compare your copies with the originals. Where there's a deficiency, you report here, and we will advise you.
The only deficiency is that I could not trace my original certificate, University of Nairobi, but I have a letter from the university dated October 12, certifying that degree.
I am also a witness that you went to the University of Nairobi.
Thank you,
You are
Chair.
2 years behind me.
Yes, I thought it was 1 year.
1 year behind me.
Or thereabout.
And you duly graduated and practiced law with me in the corridors of the High Court.
Thank you, Chair. I still hold the current practicing certificate and have put one here.
Excellent. I don't think any member has any issue with that. The next question to you, Honorable Alice. Are you a dual citizen of any country apart from being a Kenyan citizen?
I'm a Kenyan citizen, no other citizenship.
We will give you 10 minutes to introduce yourself. Who is Alice Wahome? What are you? What do you want from this committee? Under 10 minutes, the better.
Yes.
Thereafter, I'll ask you one or two other questions. Then we'll open it to the plenary.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Speaker, sir. I am still a member of Parliament as I appear before this committee, so I recognize you, Mr. Speaker, and the Deputy Speaker, the honorable members of the committee. My full names are Alice Muthoni Wahome. I am a daughter of a peasant, small-scale coffee farmer. My father died at age 100 years, and I hope I can reach that that age, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, to this committee, I was born in a village called Muruka. I went to primary school just next door my home, which was a kilometer away, Karumu Primary School, with other boys and girls in the village. I walked to school. I came back to school, went without lunch when there was no lunch, and I finished my primary school there. And I joined Siakago Girls for my O-levels. We did O-levels, Form 1 to Form 4. I finished in 1974, and then joined, I finished in 1977, and joined A-levels for 2 years, Bishop Gatimo Girls. It is from there, Gadu Girls, that I was called to Nairobi University as a law student. And I did my 3 years. After 3 years at Nairobi University, I graduated with a Bachelor of Laws degree, and then I joined law school for 1 year at Tudor Jackson, and thereafter, my first job was a state counsel at the office of the Attorney General, where I practiced for about 2 years. I left and joined Makecha and Company, the late Makecha and Company. From there, Mr. Chairman, I set up AM Wahome and Company Advocates. After finishing, I think I did work for until 2014, when I was joined by my daughter, who is a lawyer, as a partner. And I believe she's in this room, so that we formed Wahome and Akendi, where if I am approved by this committee, I'll be resigning. I have held my practicing certificate from 1985 to date. It's still valid for practice, but I'm aware, acutely aware, that if I'm approved, I will not be able to practice. It is in, I would like to say something about my young age. I have worked like any other village girl. I have milked. I know how to milk. I know how to cut grass. I have cooked for my brothers, as was expected, even though some of them were older than me. I didn't understand why, but I know I did those jobs. I have followed my mother to the garden, to the shamba, up and down, and she was one of my driving forces or factors, because she was a hard worker. My father was a polygamous man. We are 48 siblings in my home, and
very hard-working man.
Something I don't wish most men or many men to do, but and especially with the current economic times, I know that it is really a situation that I looked forward to actually making an improvement in my life. In terms of my upbringing, I could say within the village, I was one of the few privileged girls, because my mother was very keen to ensure that I go to school. My father educated all of us through his coffee farm, about 9 acres of coffee. I was determined from that age to make a difference as a girl. I looked forward to leaving the village and joining other working people. And as I sit here looking forward for approval, and I hope that I will be approved, I would want to encourage other girls from the village going to school even without shoes today, maybe no water in their homes, no running tap, no food sometimes, but that there is a hope and there is a future, and they can be able to work and reach higher heights than what is their situation. I think, Chairman, I'm saying that I would also want to let women know that there are many opportunities if women understood, despite the barriers, patriarchal barriers, cultural barriers, economic barriers, society barriers, that there is still a lot of opportunities unexploited, and I am looking forward to exploit the current opportunity I am approved. Chairman, at this stage, allow me to say thank you to His Excellency the President for finding it fit. It's really one opportunity in a lifetime for a woman to come from where I have come from. I say that because the vulnerabilities of a growing girl, the vulnerabilities are very huge. Escaping pregnancy at primary level, escaping pregnancy and other hazards that face even boys and girls to reach this University of Nairobi at that time and still today was the university is not a mean achievement, and I know that it is our pride to see more women and girls achieve even at university level. I know, Mr. Chairman, that I actually have a husband. I married while at the university. I think I was a bit too fast. And I'm grateful because the man, the father of my children, is still my husband today, which is also not a very small achievement. And especially it's a major deal to be able to live with a husband, the same man, for I think now 39 years. I still love my family. I have 4 adult children, 2 lawyers. One is almost finishing his law school. The other one is my partner. I have a doctor in the family, and I have a media personality in the family. Of course, they are all adults with their own families. Maybe that is sufficient to say, but I also want to let the girls in Chicago girls know that at the period, at the time I went to school in Chicago girls, in Embu, Bere, those days there was no water. We had to go to fetch water in the streams. And I know that today the life there may be different, but I hope to be able to visit them if I'm approved as the Minister for Water, to find out whether they have running water in the bathrooms, because we did not have running water. We used to fetch water in our karais, and then we would wash outside, and the sisters would, of course, during darkness, we would ensure that you wake up very early, because the bathrooms were also not enough. It was a hard life, but it was good. In terms of the village life, we must be able to ensure that our schools have the adequate facilities. I think maybe that is enough. I, of course, have been elected twice. The 3rd time this particular term. Very grateful to the people of Kandara. It is also a very unique achievement for a woman in a patriarchal society to be elected as a member of parliament for 3 terms. There are mixed feelings for Kandara people. I want to confirm to them I will not be very far away, despite maybe the duties that I may get away from the constituency. But I want to assure them that I will keep in touch with them, albeit that they may have to have another member of parliament. Indeed, campaigns are very, very hot there now, even before I tender my resignation, Chairman. But I want to assure them that I'm grateful, forever grateful. I was the first woman in Murang'a County to be elected in a constituency. After me, 2 other women have been elected. We lost one, but we still hope to get another or 2 other members. And therefore, that is a place and space I'm very proud to speak about. Kandara constituency is very progressive.
Thank you, Alice. That is like the story of all of us. Well done. I'll ask you 1 or 2 other questions. Have you ever been dismissed from office for any conflict between personal interest and public or official interest?
I have not been dismissed, Chairman.
From any office?
in any office or from any office.
With that rich history and background, long practice and so on, what is your financial net worth?
The gross is about 392 or thereabout, 392 million shillings.
Mm-hmm. And what are your current and anticipated sources of income?
Maybe I could say the net. The net is 218 million shillings. The others are debt, yes. My net worth is 218 million. And this is a value of properties between myself and my husband. Some of them.
Those are family assets?
Those, they are family assets.
Mm-hmm. What are your current and anticipated sources of income?
Until September, I have earned a salary from Parliament, and I have been in and off practicing a bit very, very low, low key, because of course as a member of Parliament you have very little time in your hands. I get about an allowance, fuel allowance of about 100,000 from my farm, and I also, from these properties, some of them are in my name, I get about 500,000 shillings a month. At the moment, they do not have tenants since COVID, and therefore I have no income coming from that end. I'm relying on the little 100,000 and my salary from MP, of course. Yes.
Great. Now I will open up to the members to ask you questions on your docket. And the structure of our engagement is robust but respectful. We encourage you, being a veteran parliamentarian, that all questions are through the chair, all answers are through the chair. Resist any attempt to engage directly with any member of the committee, because that will not be helpful. I'll now give the first opportunity to the majority leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Alice, you've been very passionate, and I could tell you're very passionate on the girl child issues. And now that you mentioned Siakago girls and how you went there and there was no water, I'm sure you are also certain that many parts of Siakago today still don't have water, and so are very many other parts of Kenya. His Excellency the President, in his address to the nation, to Parliament, did indicate that there are plans by the ministry, and I know you are yet to report to the ministry, but I would really want to hear your thoughts on the question of the water purchase agreements under the PPP model. And being a lawyer, I'm certain you would be able to interrogate such agreements. But of concern to me would be the cost. Because as you have said, water is critical, water is life. And if that commodity becomes very costly, either to government or to the people, then it also becomes out of reach. What measures do you plan to institute in case you are approved to ensure these water purchase agreements don't end up in PPP arrangements that are extremely expensive, either to the exchequer or the end product being very expensive to the ordinary Kenyan who is yet to access water?
Yes.
One first.
Doing four batches, one day.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Wahome, some Kenyans have accused you of having a volatile temperament. In other words, of having a short fuse, that you lose your temper so quickly. Okay. Some Kenyans accuse you of that. They may be wrong or they may be right. A case in point is the issue of 27th October 2017, when you were captured on camera, roughing up and assaulting an IBC official by the name Martin Malonza over some disagreement on the filling of some forms, electoral forms, at Ngararia Girls High School in Kandara. I'm sure you'll recall that incident. From where you sit, how would you take this act, considering the requirements, the stringent requirements of Chapter 6 of the Constitution, and especially Article 73, Sub-Article 1, which provides that authority assigned to a state officer, and by then you are a state officer, because you are an MP, that authority assigned to a state officer is a public trust to be exercised in a manner that, among other things, demonstrates respect for the people and brings honor to the nation and dignity to the office. 2, there is a matter, that is the succession course number 527 of 1981, if you may remember, where Ms. Alice Mudoni Wahome, I'm not sure if it is you, will confirm, together with other 3 advocates, were accused of misappropriating Kenya shillings 284 million, money that came from the estate of Mbiu Koinange. And this is captured in the judgment that was delivered by Justice Agri Muchelule, then judge of the High Court, on the 7th May 2020. What do you have to say about this matter? And how does it place you within the context of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, and particularly Chapter 6 of the Constitution, as you plead with us to approve your nomination to this very high office? Thank you.
I'll give to the Deputy Speaker.
Again, Honorable Wahome, congratulations. As a woman, I'm immensely proud of your getting this far. As you know,
said the same to any man.
Yes.
With a light touch, she has
Possibly
not said
practicing
the same to
affirmative
any man.
Yeah. It's called positive discrimination. I see that part of your docket will deal with the sanitation. And as you know, 73% of the plastic waste generated in Kenya remains uncollected and unrecycled, which is something that can produce energy for the cities around Nairobi. How do you plan to make a change to this tide and ensure that recycling and proper sanitation does, in fact, become a thing of the order of the day? Thank you.
Yes, Junet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Speaker, Chair. Chair, I wanted to ask the nominee that the docket that she has been nominated for is a docket that requires its services all over the country. Water is essential and water is required all over the country. So I wanted to ask her, to ask the nominee, how well does she know Kenya outside Kandara and outside Siakago Girls High School? What is her grasp of the country? Does she know outside Kandara how the country looks like? The second question I wanted to ask, and my last one, is there is a matter that came up in 2016, I think I was in Parliament, when Justice Philomena Mwilu was being vetted. And the nominee raised an issue and said that she had taken a bribe of 3 million shillings on a matter that she has filed in court. And she even wrote a letter to the EACC claiming that she's ready to present a proof. What is her position on that matter? Does she still stand on those grounds that that matter was and it is as she said at that moment in time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You may answer those 4 before we get another batch of 4.
Thank you. I will start chronologically the way they came.
Yes.
Kimani Ichungwa, you want to know how we shall deal with the hire purchase agreements for purposes of ensuring that we come up with, infrastructure. How shall that anchor or sit with the consumers and maybe the water development agencies, the cost aspect of that? How shall we regulate? First, we do have WASREP, that is the main body that deals with the water regulation in terms of costing. But if you recall that on the State of the Nation address, the President indicated that he would be willing to commit the country to the tune of 500 billion for water resources development. I would, if I am approved, be supporting that, and I hope that it is something that Parliament will be able to attend to and support. At the moment, we are having a budget of 24 billion shillings, and from the GOK, and then another 54 billion shillings, totaling to about 78 billion. The money that we have, the 54 is from partners, World Bank, IMF, African Development Bank. So if we are going to raise 500 billion shillings between now and Vision 2030, we will need to partner with the private developers. The concern of Kenyans is understandable because they are wondering, are we selling a basic right or leaving it to the exploitation of commercial or private individuals or companies? The purchase agreement, water purchase agreement, will be able, in my view, working with the Office of the Attorney General, stakeholders, the public in public participation, be able to come up with the proper frameworks that will ensure that Kenyans are not exposed. Currently, when the government develops water, when the ministry engages the water development works agencies, then they are, of course, the water service providers. The regulation in place, the strategy and policy in place ensures that the element of cost is under control, regulated, and I know there are cases where it may not be properly regulated, and that is a part of the reforms that we are working on. For me, it is possible. We must not see public-private partnerships as commercializing the water. We must see that as a need to develop the infrastructure, the way you would invest on a highway, on a road, and then engage the agency for purposes of then ensuring water is distributed to the consumer at a controlled and regulated space and pace. And I think I have answered that question. Wandai, I'm a practicing advocate. I've held my certificate since 1985. To date, I have a practicing certificate. Anybody who has taken clients' money may not be very lucky to have a practicing certificate for the period that I have had. The complaint you allude to occurred or was filed in 2012. The DCI has had that file, and it only becomes live when I'm about to go to elections, 2013, 2017, and 2022. You will find it being brought up even in the media, but finally the DPP had the opportunity with the DCI to look at the matter. It is 3 advocates plus myself, and the Office of the Director has directed that there is no criminal liability in the matter. I don't want to go into deeper details, but any advocate who is handling an estate matter or estate funds has a duty and responsibility to file an account, statement of account in court. What the court or the complainant would do is to demand for an account, because we did account for all the monies that we received, and I do not owe, neither do my colleagues, the other 3 colleagues, including the late Munari. I believe that is the answer. We have not been prosecuted, we have not been charged, and I do not see any charge coming because it was pure malice or a party that did not want to pay fees. Let me remind you that an advocate has a lien over any money that they hold. They are entitled to charge their fees directly and render an account to the client. If a client is not satisfied, they can ask the court to look at the bill, do taxation, meaning the bill will be assessed by a deputy registrar on behalf of the parties. And if they need further recourse, the Law Society has a complaints commission. That matter has never gone to the complaints commission. I believe it was vendetta, if maybe not by the client, but advocates that felt maybe it was a good brief and they could take over from us. Let me go to the question of, I think you had another. You were asking in terms of public trust. I believe I will be able to hold the office with honor. I have not been taken to any court of law, and even assuming I was taken to a court of law, maybe there would be dishonor if I'm found guilty. Assault, allegations of assault in the 2017 elections, I want to say that that matter was also investigated. No return was made in terms of any charges. I have not been charged. There was an altercation. I do not recall. You would not say what happened was assault against the returning officer. We had a tussle. It's regrettable, I would say so, but we had a tussle. The background of that was an issue of accounting in terms of votes given wrongly, posted wrongly. We had a returning officer who did not want to answer. It did not need to end where it ended. And that is something I'm sure even himself, myself, we regret. We could have solved it a little better and tidier. Gladys Shorey is asking me about recycling. How do we deal with sanitation? These are matters that, the ministry is involved with the development of water, resources, sanitation, and irrigation. In terms of sanitation, per year, we are funding all necessary projects to the tune of only about, including donor money, about 31 billion shillings. The money is not enough to do what we would want to do. This is an area that has recently, because of the need to improve the environment, has received a lot of interest, and I believe partners will come in to assist, while the government must also commit more funding, and Parliament is a key player in that. I think it is an area that we would work for. We do have a strategy in place and policy. So what is remaining is just to implement and move forward. I'm reminded that the president has said he would want to take up the cleaning of the Nairobi River in a very serious manner as soon as possible, as part of ensuring that our sanitation is sorted. Junet Mohammed, Mheshimiwa Junet Mohammed, you are asking whether, other than Kandara, I know any other part of the country. I think in the ministry, I do not need to know any part of the country to be able to implement the policies that the ministry has developed. We have policy in place, we have strategy, reforms are in place, we have both statutory and regulatory mechanisms, and we have very serious technical support teams in the ministry where there may be deficit or need to add, to improve, to train further. We shall do so that the designs, a lot of designs, including national master policy. I just need to sit on my desk and be taken through the national water policy and the national master plan for water. And then, therefore, I'll be able to find your constituency where it is or any other.
But is it true that you don't know anywhere else apart from Kandara?
I would be happy to go. Of course.
That was his question.
Mr. Chairman, to answer the Honorable Junet, I have traveled in all the counties in this country, both at my own free time and also during the very extensive campaigns that we did, including Junet Mohammed. I'm sure he has traveled. Mheshimiwa, I'll be able to find my way around, definitely.
Thank you. We'll take the next batch. Hey, Junet says you have not answered his other question. Which? There?
If I'm allowed, Chairman, I would like to leave that question because the Honorable Judge is now serving as a deputy CJ in the country. I had raised the matter before Justice and Legal Affairs Committee before she was vetted. She was vetted and went through the process of vetting. There is no need, if I'm allowed, by the owner of the question and the Speaker, Chair, sir, not to answer any further or deal with the matter.
Preclude us from discussing judges at that level without substantive motions. You're right.
Not obliged.
I'll take the next batch of 4. The Honorable Owen Baya, the Honorable, wow. The Honorable Murugara, the Honorable Amisi and Naisula. You will have this next round.
Can I start, Speaker? All right. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and to Honorable Alice Wahome, our nominee for water, sanitation, and irrigation. There is a clear relationship, or actually a correlation, between lack of water and poverty. In the Africa Water Vision for by 2025, that is, Africa should at least have water by 2025 everywhere, potable water by 2025, which is just 3 years from now. If you look at that document, it examines this relationship very clearly and puts African states on their toes to ensure that water. Looking at Kenya the way it is, I think we are very far away from achieving that. My question to you, Honorable Alice, is as CS of Water and Sanitation and Irrigation, how will you reconfigure this country to achieve this vision by 2025? And what is it that you'd want Parliament to do so that you can achieve this vision, not only for the country, but also for Africa? Secondly, if I put it within this supplementary, Mr. Speaker, there are places in this country, if they had water, they wouldn't be as poor as they are. The docket on irrigation is placed squarely into you. How will you bring all this together to ensure that irrigation plays a role, but also water is found at home so that we can curtail the poverty that we have in this country? I thank you, Mr. Speaker. You see? Thank you,
Chair. To our nominee, our constitution, we heavily borrowed from advanced democracies, US, UK, Canada, some Scandinavian countries like Sweden. But the best practices are not borrowed. We see ministers in these countries, whenever they are faced with flaws or mistake, they resign. But in the history of our country, we've seen ministers saying that some of them that may be known to you, that they rather die than resign. We get a lot of challenges during our working, especially these high-profile positions. There is a lot of pressure, and somebody accused you of being temperamental. Are we going to see a change that whenever there is a flaw to you, maybe in the course of your work, the pressure increases higher than normal, and your hand moves closer to somebody at a speed faster than lightning? Are you going to resign? As flimsy, as petty as the offense is, but are we going to see more responsible minister this time round?
Next, Morogara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is to the nominee. Water is everything. In fact, they say water is life. And especially to poor rural folks in the poor areas of the country, the arid and semi-arid areas, which include my constituency, Tharaka Nithi County, the eastern region, Ukambani, the northeastern region, and the northern parts of Kenya. We are now experiencing a drought. There is a hue and a cry in the country, not just on the part of food, but on the part of water, such that it has become a way of life that every 3-4 years there is a drought, and the cycle is repeated, whereby we have no food, our livestock die, and the rivers that traverse those areas actually dry up. My question is, as a measure of extreme urgency, dharura, what plans do you have to ensure that this problem in the rural areas, in the dry areas, semi-arid areas of the country, this problem is ameliorated such that it is not going to be a cycle. It may be a one-off, but not a cycle that is repeated every 3-4 years to the detriment of the citizens who live in those areas.
Thank you, Chair. To Honorable Alice, and I would really advise and recommend that you really visit every part of this country when you're in that docket, so that you can actually feel the whole issue of water and how some parts of this country, people are really suffering. And so I do empathize with Kenyans in various parts of the country that have not had a drop of rain for 2 years now, and there has been no water for domestic and animal use. The case of human suffering is in the increase, while loss of livelihood continue to characterize life in the arid and semi-arid areas. And this is a matter of now, urgent. What urgent interventions and reforms will you put in place as a cushion to the devastating drought situation to see to it that households and school-going children have water?
Excellent. Next. Who was the? We've done the 4. Yes, Alice. You can answer those 4. Then we take another batch.
The first question was regarding my temperament, whether I will resign, or maybe he means whether I will fight with people I'm not happy with in terms of the way they are working. I'm not exactly a young person. I have the advantage of working now maybe for the last 40 years, and I do not recall any other incidents. You will also maybe want to know, and I want to put it on record, that I have been a politician for 20 years. although I have served 2 terms and this now 3rd term, and I have not been involved in any other fight, altercation, except this that you seem to pick, honorable members. And I'm sure there are cases that can be very bad. I do not think I am a violent person. I am able to manage my tempers.
Honorable Chairperson,
Chair, Honorable Chair, I'm able to manage my tempers.
Alice.
Yes.
The David speak.
I have a slight interjection just to my colleagues, and I'm requesting the help of the chairperson that we do. It would be nice not to have the questions being subjective, because when the question is asked in a manner that is subjective and amounts to casting aspersions and passing judgment without giving the candidate an opportunity to elaborate, then it doesn't look good. I think you can phrase your question, Honorable Amisi, to say, could you elaborate on the following incidences with a view of assuring the panel that you have the requisite integrity standards? That's a better way of asking. And I know this because I haven't seen that line of questioning with any of the other candidates.
Chair, maybe to make it even clearer.
I'm not opening any debate.
I believe I have answered. With your permission, Chair,
question.
I was going to move to the question of Honorable Muragara. I said I am able to manage my temper. Honorable Muragara wants to know. I'll come to your question, Honorable Baya. Honorable Muragara is asking a question related to climate change. The question of climate change is a big subject, locally and internationally. It is true we have water, seasons of water, periods of a lot of rainwater, and the next time, maybe after 5 years, drought, serious drought or moderate drought. Indeed, when I was going through notes and seeking information in this area, I was made to understand that every 30 years or so, we normally get very severe drought, then followed by El Nino type of floods. It means we have not been able to learn properly. We have not put in place measures before that will deal with the water harvesting question. I have gone through the documents. We do have now Irrigation Act. We have water conservation regulations, and regulatory mechanisms are in place. There is a lot of effort and research that has been put in place on how we can conserve rainwater, including coming up with, I think they call them dry valley dams, which means they will draw water from the rains. And indeed, when you walk, for example, when you go to water from Makueni, going those 2 valleys there, you can see big valleys that would be able to hold a lot of water. We have seen serious devastating floods in most of the eastern provinces, regions, the counties like the ones Mheshimiwa Resuda is referring to, her county, but that water after 3 months is not there. The ministry intends to partner with Parliament, provide funding with other partners, including private partners. I will go back to that question. Dams is a big solution. Development of dams, infrastructure is a big solution to the question of water, because dams can be able to hold rainwater, water flows from floods, and I have looked and seen that we have a long list of dams that are either 50% complete. A few have run into problems because of either the contractors have run into serious financial issues, but majority of dams are kind of halfway. I'm told that we need this, the whole of this, the master plans, the research, the designs are there. I'm told what we need is money. Between now and 2030, we need to raise 1.8 trillion shillings for both water resources development and sanitation by 2030. If we did that, we will possibly deal with 3/4 of our problems. So yes, I'm sure I'll be coming to the honorable members to be able to discuss how we can partner in the area of looking for more money. Honorable Baya is asking how, the question of hunger, poverty is related to no water, no agriculture, no growing food, no production. I agree with you. The docket of irrigation has received serious attention. I can assure you that. And I think sometimes there is a lot of politics around irrigation. If you look at the irrigation schemes that are there, and I'm sure your region is one of those. The Gurana scheme, irrigation scheme, is about 95%. 5,000 acres of irrigation is now more or less complete, remaining another 5,000. The total is 10,000. And you remember the beginning was really visited with a lot of politics, but now it's underway to completion. So I want to think that for food security, to be able to be water secure, have food security, we need to irrigate. Again, we need to irrigate about 3.5 million acres. Currently, we have covered only about 800,000 acres, slightly less than 800,000 acres. So yes, by the time we reach 3.5 million acres, I think we shall be stable. But by 2030, the target, the question you asked me, by 2030, we are required to raise enough money to be able to irrigate about 1.2 million acres, between 1 million, 1.3 acres. That way we will be able to possibly talk about food security. Thank you. The Suda visit, I should make sure I visit the entire country. That's a good invitation. How can I resist that one?
Thank you, Chair.
I'll join you in that.
Chair, through you.
So the drought question, school-going children, you asked me about.
Yes, thank you. And I believe the nominee touched on the long-term interventions, yes, as she was answering Honorable Murugara. But I need immediate, urgent, now.
The boreholes, the small ponds, the smaller dams, other than the mega dams, collecting rainwater, ensuring that we are able to, some areas, in fact, we even use dozer system, which is a very short-term and expensive mechanism. But boreholes, water harvesting, I have seen a lot of urgent, rapid response mechanisms or efforts by the ministry, and I'm sure as soon as I get office, with your approval, I'll be able to look at what is the immediate that we can do so that children are not running without water, but also that they can harvest water from schools where the ministry, with the help of agencies, they are delivering and distributing water tanks for purposes of storage. So yes, we do need a quick intervention water storage. Yes. I think I've answered all the questions.
Next batch.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, all of us, we understand that Kenya is a water-scarce country, and right now we're experiencing a lot of scarcity in terms of water, and the reason is being climate change, global warming, deforestation, and also destroying of our water towers. Recently, I've seen some leaders saying that they will allow some people to do cultivation or other farming in Mau Forest. So I'm asking our nominee, what is your take in terms of safeguarding our water towers or other water catchment areas to ensure that we have adequate rainfall? The other issue to the nominee is about what is your plan in terms of adequate supply of renewable fresh water for all Kenyans? I thank you.
Next.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Alice, my question, I really want you to be very specific. We are facing the worst drought in a decade. Currently, schools are being closed because there is not even water to cook food for the pupils or the students. And the rains maybe is unforeseen. The short rains might fail. So what we are asking is, as a stopgap of immediate attention, what is the ministry doing? We know you have not sat on that seat yet, but you should be able to get the information and give us feedback to that effect. On the same, your predecessor was also a lady. She was not seeing eye to eye with members of parliament. And yet water is life. And water is life. We represent the people. We are actually the actual representatives of the people of Kenya. So how are you likely now to work with Parliament and members of Parliament? Thank you, Chair.
Singh.
Thank you, Speaker and Chair of this committee. Number one, Speaker, is I didn't feel that the nominee answered the question by Honorable Ichung'wa properly. That was also my question in terms of water purchase agreement with the President. As of now, it's a policy. Maybe the nominee has not maybe acquainted herself with that policy and how it's going to happen. Maybe she would have said like that. It's a very fundamental policy, Speaker. I didn't get that very well from the nominee. But my question is, Chair, water is a devolved function. I want to hear from the nominee. What is it still doing, that function of water in national government? Is it that the county government cannot do those mega dams? Or is it that we cannot be able to give them the money? What is it that is amiss in our structure of devolved functions, Honorable Speaker, that national government is still insisting that, okay, maybe you people are small brothers, you cannot be able to do these mega projects we can be able to do as government. What is it that is missing? Finally, Speaker.
One question.
No. Finally, Speaker. Yes. It's not a question, but it's maybe a reminder that the nominee, if approved by this House, I want her to pay attention on the mega stall projects, Honorable Chair, particularly in West Pokot. There is one dam in history of Pokot Nation, one, Honorable Speaker, that has ever been done since God created the world. It's called Murun. You know that, Speaker. You know that's your home. We passed there. One since God created the world. It's about 60% complete. I hope the nominee, if she gets this one, takes that as number one, because that's the only one, Chair, since God created the world. There's no other dam that has been done in West Pokot. Thank you, Chair. This is a reminder only. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the nominee for water. We have a river which comes from Mount Kenya, going through Meru, going to Tharaka, and it is a major source of water for Mount Kenya East. And Mr. Speaker, through you, I would want to ask if the nominee goes through, because there are people who are irrigating with that water, and it's not just in Meru, in all the rivers in the country. They're doing hydroelectric plants, irrigating and everything, and people downstream cannot get the water. Mr. Speaker, I would want to ask the nominee, once she gets into office, if the House approves, what is she going to do with those areas? Because Meru is not known to be arid or semi-arid, but right now people are dying in Meru. Mr. Speaker, again, we hear about dams in each and every county. For the last 10 years, Mount Kenya East, we have talked about a dam, Kianjuri Dam, which was supposed to be done in Mount Kenya, which would go to Meru County together with the Rakanidi County. Mr. Speaker, we hear there are dams everywhere, but we are wondering, is the Rakanidi and Meru not in Kenya, that we do not get those dams? And we hear, the other day we had in Kirinyaga 20 billion, we hear Aror and Kimwarer 50, 60 billion. Now we are wondering, where do we stand? So we would want to ask our nominee that if you are nominated to that office, you do a fair distribution of dams in all over the country and not just in a few areas.
Thank you. Answer, as you do so, I don't want us to repeat ourselves. The Honorable Posing asked you Ichungwa's question, and in my estimation, you had adequately answered it. You said you'll have public participation, you will have a look at each case in its own merit, and you'll consult the Attorney General to come up with proper, acceptable legal documents for the water purchase agreements. So you don't need to repeat it so that you answer other questions. You can answer him on Murunyi Dam and others.
Kopsing, and maybe I could then start with that so that I finish. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, even Chairman, for helping me out on that one. Water is devolved. That is your statement. What the national government is doing is water resource development infrastructure and managing that infrastructure so that by the time the counties are given water, then they are able themselves to distribute. They still have a big role. I guess it is not possible for the national government to deliver on the delivery of water access to water to everybody without involving of the counties. But I'm sure you also agree the infrastructure, the management and development of that infrastructure is still a role of the national government. But it also does not stop the counties from coming up with their own irrigation and water projects. So I think I have answered that. If you look at the Constitution, it is not, there is nowhere it is stated that the national government will not work and develop the infrastructure. The dam you are talking about is 60%. Mheshimiwa, it's not just this particular dam that it is incomplete. There are very many dams. I've looked at the documents. It is possible that we have maybe more than 40 dams or thereabout that are incomplete. Some work is going on. Others are waiting for release of funds. You know where the country is at the moment. You know where this government found the economy. And without passing any blame or ducking the question in any event, is that I said we need 500 billion shillings to be able to be water secure. And that's why it is important that the country understands that private and public partnerships are not a way of commercializing or selling water. You know, of course, water is a fundamental human right, is a basic right secured under Article 43, and therefore, if we do not also provide, then it means the responsibility by the national government is not yet discharged. So I want to assure you that we will look at this dam, if I'm approved, not just this dam or incomplete projects. The President has pronounced himself very clearly that he would want to move from the projects that are ongoing first to be able to complete those, allow funding of those before we can start as a government on new projects. So Mheshimiwa Honorable Daiwu may be one of the people who will be waiting so that we can first complete the incomplete projects. But I believe every county needs to be able to get these services. Honorable Mishi, it is true, yes, we are a water scarce country because of climate change, because of course of poor management of our water resources, the catchment areas, the water towers. Parliament, the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Water, all partners, stakeholders need to work together to restore the water towers, the catchment areas, and it is not possible to say that the minister will do that alone, including the fact that if there are people irrigating along rivers, you did not say which river, but maybe you can pass that over to me, yes. But I think the Ministry of Environment has a bigger role in this, but also the public has even a bigger responsibility not to destroy. We must work on conservation rather than destruction, and therefore those irrigating along the rivers, I think awareness creation also by members of Parliament is important. Adequate renewable waters. I suppose in terms of conservation, restoring waters, maybe water wastage, of course, desalination, all these are methods of coming up with innovative ways of having more water. And I think I have seen policy documents and strategy documents. Indeed, there is a lot of reforms in this ministry. The documents are complete. What is remaining is implementation. Honorable Russell, I will take the speaker's, the chairman's advice that I may have addressed this question because I said there are stopgap measures like delivering storage tanks, quick boreholes, small domestic ponds, or community ponds will be able to answer some of those questions. And they are under the rapid response programs. And there are those particular programs that are funded to respond to the situation as it is. I believe, Chairman, I was told about predecessor Sisri Karaoke. How will I work or partner with members of Parliament? Will I be accessible? Yes, I will be accessible. I'm a member of Parliament. I believe I may have a better understanding of the demands and the pressure on members of Parliament. I may not have an answer for you even when you visit, but I may be able to hear you. Thank you.
We take the last batch, Ferdinand Emase Mule. And sorry, you are slightly behind me. Yes, in fact, let me start with you. Coach Ferdinand Emase Mule.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mine is slightly different. The plan, there's a plan to irrigate 1 million acres of land by the Kenya Kwanza administration. And looking at there are dams that were somehow midway stopped from construction. I think because of, in my view, toxic politics of that time, Kimorer, Aror, Bosto, Londiani, Korosoin, amongst the few. Do you have plans to restart the dams again? And if yes, will we still have value for money, considering that some of these financiers have continued to pile interest on the loans within the time that they had been stopped? Thank you.
Ferdinand.
Mr. Chairman, I think I want to ask analysts a very controversial issue. This is where we went wrong. Irrigation is supposed to be in agriculture. Somehow it was moved to water and the blue economy. We have projects like Kalana Kulalu, which actually is irrigation for the farms there. But somehow, irrigation and how to move to water. As far as I'm concerned, irrigation is supposed to irrigate crops in agriculture. Don't you think that we should be able to move the irrigation from yourself so that you can concentrate on water other than irrigating the farms?
Mary.
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry. My question is on ongoing projects. Madam Nominee, water scarcity cuts across. It affects majority of the population, not only in the arid and semi-arid, but even in wet areas like Western Kenya, Busia, where I come from. There is water, yes, but we do not have deliberate structures to harvest that water. So it's not surprising to meet school children with the jerry cans going to look for water to be able to to survive in those schools. So my question is, what will be your priorities? Because government has initiated a number of water projects across the country, including Busia County. So how are you going to prioritize, noting that noting the economic situation, the fact that we are cutting down on most of the budgets across the sectors? So what are you going to prioritize? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. My question goes to the nominee, and I will, Speaker, encourage you, please allow us to frame the question which was asked by Honorable Ichung'wah, because I find it very important for simple reason, Mr. Speaker. We are putting about a budget of about 500 billion shillings on the PPP. And I didn't hear the nominee come out very clearly on the clear pillars. And probably for the doubt of Kenyans, what are we talking about? We are talking about 5 pillars. I can name them very quickly. The water scaling, whereby we are looking at the quality, quantity, rate, and the rate of adjustment. The sale capital, the purchase tripartite agreements, the terms of agreement, and the water usage in that particular project. Then my question comes, Mr. Speaker, as a nominee to this ministry with that fundamental huge mandate being given to her, first and foremost, we need to understand, with the current economic situation in the country, will the ordinary Kenyan be able to raise funds for the purchase agreement we are talking about? I want to give an example. In Matungulu, we have the second highest bowl in the entire country, producing 78,000 cubic liters of water per hour. What does that translate? It translates, you need an investor, and the common mwananchi at the grassroots will be able to pay back the investor who has distributed the water, who has made sure that the quality of water is clean, and made sure that there is a drop of water at every homestead. Mr. Speaker, and the nominee, Alice Wahome, at the current situation of economics of scale in this country, does the common mwananchi be in position to procure some of these simple water agreement we are looking at? And I think you should be bold enough to advise the government on the best model, and if the model cannot work, will you be in a position to stand and tell the president, please, Mr. President, you promised the hustlers water, give them water without metering? Thank you.
Yes, Alice.
We could start from that question from Honorable Mule. I think I would encourage members that we don't operate from fears. You have very well articulated the fact that there will be the water scaling, the quality, the assurance, the terms of sale of that water, the costing, the tariffs. May I advise just at this stage that there will be no interface between the consumer, that is the beneficiary of the water, and the developer, because that is not possible. You can see that would not be an equal relationship. There are water providers that will be dealing with the consumer, the mwananchi. The developer will be dealing with the government at government level and the development agency level. That is, for example, Earth Water, NIB, or NIA now. At that level, the agreements will be exchanged, monies provided for, develop the water resource, hand over to the agency, then the agency will be able to know, because we have water companies that even today, water is really actually a trading commodity. The water you are using in your house, even in this parliament, is for sale. We buy water. What is important is how our, how the instruments for control and regulation of tariffs is done. And if there are challenges there, it is an area that Parliament, through the Regulatory Registration Committee, will be able to address. If tariffs are not reasonable, Parliament would have a role. And I think so far, I've looked at some of the studies and documentation with the ministry. Every shilling you invest in water brings 4 shillings, 4 times. Indeed, in our country, it could be up to 10 shillings. So I think there is room for control and standardization. And it's therefore, I can assure you, I think we have a role there. There is no need of fears. I do not see a situation where, and if you listened to the president himself, he said that the agreements will be first proposed by the relevant by Treasury and then come to the ministry, and I think it will obviously be a joint effort. We will look at those documents together. There will be public participation. The public will be able to say, even today, they are able to be consulted, and there are bad practices. And unfortunately, actually, there is also a lot of theft. Chairman, there is a lot of theft of water. Some of the challenges is that non-revenue water, that is now about 40% of all the water that we develop and we have. So if we lose 40% to theft and leakages, that's some of the things that we are supposed to be doing so that we can increase our volumes or our water resource. Miriam Master is talking about stored projects. I did say earlier there are many stored projects. There are several which are ongoing, complete and incomplete. And the ministry is working hard. I have looked at their portfolio, and I think they are working hard. The impediment is actually funding. And that's why if we wait to raise money from our revenue, you can be sure, like the Northern Corrector, Chairman, I found that the Northern Corrector, which is a major project for Nairobi water, it will be at the compression stage. It's now at 95%. It's supposed to give Nairobi 140 cubic meters of water. That project was supposed to have been completed in year 2000. We are developing it now. We are completing it now. What does that tell you? Already the population has gone up, and therefore we are still lagging behind. And that is the same story for the entire country. We are behind maybe by 20 years. So let's work together to deal with the problem. Do I plan 1 million acres from Nelson Koech? Will we revive some of the dams that possibly stored because of toxic politics? Some of the dams are actually in the Ministry of East Africa and Regional Development, like the Kimarwa is in that ministry. I know there could be some need for collaboration with that ministry, and I believe all cases will be evaluated. The dams that are stored, that are having cases in court, all these issues are our problems. We will have to deal with them because we also don't want idle money or waste of money. And if politics messed up a project and now we are in court, possibly because of the delay, failure to meet the contractual or terms of agreement, then we need to review our situation and see whether we are able to pick our pieces and move forward, because we have to have water. I think I have done justice. The deliberate efforts of harvesting water. Miriam Massa, I believe I have tackled that question. If you could agree that we move. Mr. Chairman, I believe I have
Alice, I'll
tackled.
also ask you a question.